fresh map, get lost now with no extract. Like look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see beating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ayy, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks, saying y'all collapse. Now scoop first, where your homies at? Come my team with me right now. My team's on me right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Nah, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire the sound of this. Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map, get lost now with no extract. Like look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see beating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you gotta cry with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks, say y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team's so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Nah, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you gotta cry with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
It's a wonderful Sunday for the Snapdragon Pro Series Free Fire Open Finals. Today is D-Day, is day number 4,
Yes.
the day that we find out which teams will make it into the top 12. I'm Muskie, and alongside me, my longtime buddy for Free Fire, the Mustachio AJ. You look great.
Thank you very
As
much.
always.
And you do as well, sir. I am so excited to be here today. Totally missed the first 3 days, but excited because I get the opportunity to shoutcast for these guys on the final day. Out of the 18 teams, unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to 6 today. And yes, we have seen a few teams struggle at the bottom. One team has, I guess, done us all a favor by bowing out on their own accord. And we will lose 5 others today. But either way, I don't think it's going to be something that you can determine or identify exactly who's going to get kicked out. Because at the very bottom of the leaderboard, there's still some chances in there, Husky.
I was talking to Abento yesterday about this, right? Where the beauty of Free Fire competitively is that until the very last round, you don't know who's going to make it and
Yes.
who's not going to make
Correct.
it. But of course, all of these teams are fighting for a piece of this very big juicy pie called the prize pool. So let's take a look at that on the screen in a bit, because we did talk. I casted with Dan Lee, Victor, Abento, and we all had our thoughts about the prize pool, which can be shown on the screen right now. all these players, all these teams get to walk away with something.
Yep.
Just the question is, how big of a piece do you get to walk away with?
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Of course, and at the very bottom, you've got 100 Sing dollars, 200 Sing dollars if you manage to pick up the 11th to the 12th spot, all the way up to the top. And obviously, the teams are eyeing for the lion's share of this prize pool, 3,000 Singapore dollars. That's quite a bit of money for playing a mobile game.
Oh, absolutely. I think it's very cliche. I know Danley would laugh at this, but that's a lot of money.
Oh, it is most definitely a lot. I mean, I wish when I was playing games when I was younger, people, offered up prize pools like this, man. I mean, it would have made the scene so much better. And that's exactly why we love the Snapdragon Pro Series, right? Not just for Free Fire, but they've got a plethora of other games that they are running competitions for, and they are opening up opportunities for the smaller community players as well as squads to hop on in and build up not just their credentials, their reputation, but also pick up those very important amounts of money that can help guide them the way through. And this is exactly how the format will be built today, as the other 3 days as well. 12 points if you score that number 1 spot and the Booyah. 9 points if you end up getting the 2nd place. You -1 all the way down to the 10th spot. 11th and 12th place gets absolutely nothing, Husky.
Just how it should be, but
Yeah.
fret not. 1 kill equals to 1 point. You
Absolutely.
can be at the bottom, but if somehow get a couple of kills along the way, you still walk away with a consolation prize. And I think this is probably the best format to make it competitive, because it means that teams have to balance out between playing it safe and taking control aggression.
Yeah.
And this is what we love to see in a game of Free Fire in a battle royale mode. But let's take a look at the schedule and the map pool that we have for day number 4. And just as always, just as the first 3 days, everything is exactly the same as it is. We get Bermuda and Kalahari. We do it in intervals. Bermuda first, Kalahari second, all the way until the end. For the first 2 rounds, it will be between Group A and Group B. And then for round 3 and 4, it's Group B versus Group C. And for the last 2 rounds, it will be Group A taking on Group C.
Absolutely, and this is the kind of format that all of you survivors are very used to. We casters are used to as well. Unfortunately, we will not be able to see that huge purgatory map in play today, but a perfect balance between our OG, Bermuda, as well as Kalahari. And for all of the teams, once again, you guys will be able to take a look at the leaderboards shortly. Husky, at the bottom, a single solid Booyah with about 15 kills should be able to propel even a team like AV Ligers, who are sitting on the 17th spot, up to the top 12. So anything can happen on this final day in these 6 matches.
I think today is definitely the race for the top 12, right? The first few teams in the forefront of the
they're
leaderboard,
solid.
it's pretty much solid, pretty much locked in. It's more about how much money they walked away. But for the top 12, I think it's still open for business. In fact, AV Ligers did manage to bag 2 Booyahs themselves yesterday, but again, the consistency was not there, and they were in a rough spot from the very beginning. So this is an uphill battle for the teams. And speaking about AV Ligers, they are in Group A, joined by K9 Esports, Hard to Get, Anxiety, AKO Ultraman, and No Escape Revolt. Guess what? AKO Ultraman currently in first place, very solid.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And K9 Esports had a great start to the competition on day number 1, but they soon found out that the OGs weren't gonna allow them to run away with the matchup as well as the lion's share of the prize pool. They caught up, buddy.
You can say the same for Hard to Get.
Oh, yeah.
On the first day, 3 Booyahs out of 4 rounds. And right after that, it felt like Hard to Get became hard to win the rounds. It was pretty disheartening.
The Booyah became hard to get.
The Booyah became hard to get. And so that's the situation that they have not been able to recover from. You can say you can say the same for one of the teams in Group B, which is Who's Next Kalahari Philippines, who also had a great day 1, but struggled in day 2 and day 3. And of course, the rest of the teams in Group B are Team Valhalla, Eva Continue, Legion Alpha, Black Angel, Maharlika, and GIX Project, which unfortunately has bowed out early from the competition.
And Who's Next Kalahari PH, I love the fact that not only have they transcended in terms of their ability out there on the battlefield, but the length of their name has transcended as well. They used to be known as Who's Next, and just adding the Kalahari PH at the back seems to have given them the extra firepower. Let's see if or not that can help them sustain, because they're not in the safest of positions right now in that 8th spot. But the teams to look out for, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, like what Husky just highlighted, AV Ligers scoring their 2 Booyahs yesterday. Yes, there was no consistency, but if they can pump out the exact same type of firepower we saw yesterday, then perhaps hitting the top 12 isn't going to be too much of an issue today.
Yeah, the dream is still alive, right? Anubis, P-Panda, and Psycho. And yesterday, Hajia and Abiyak on the BM side did speak to P Panda during the interview, and of course, for them, it's more about playing safe, playing passive, and still trying to get those points in at the end of the day. And most of the times, it has not worked out well for AB Ligers, but hopefully they figure out a solution to kind of weave that into their playstyle, because they believe that they can make top 12, but the current position puts them in a very tough spot.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Currently, they sit down in the 17th spot once again, and I do agree with you, man. Positioning and the rotations in towards the final circle happens to be one of the weak points of AV Ligers, but AKO Ultraman, the Ultra Squad right now at the Snapdragon Pro Series for Free Fire, they sit down in the #1 spot with a massive number of kills to their name. 75 slays out there on the battlefield, the highest amongst any other team, Husky.
Yeah, and I think this team has really been the silent killer from day 1 and 2, right? And first of all, we see AKO Ultraman here and there, but we weren't really sure where they will be. And I think yesterday answered that question. Very solid position up in first place, and it's all thanks to these 4 superheroes that have been around for a very long time and are still as sharp as ever. And again, for me, I think EXO is kind of the pivot of the team. When you give him a sniper rifle, he gets the job done, as he always has.
And that's long distance. In the close range combat, it has to be too fast. The way he opens up all of those engagements with the grenades, he pulls out the shotgun, you are done and dusted, which is exactly why the Ultra AKO Ultraman sits down at that #1 spot. But they cannot get a little too comfortable, because Divine as well as Anxiety will be giving them anxiety later on as they continuously try to catch up. Divine obviously has got a little bit more of a pressure on them, but the third team here to watch out for will be Team Valhalla, Husky.
Yeah, and for Team Valhalla, there's only one member so far that really stands out. I think it's Arion. There was a lot of moments where he is the last man alive, or he gets the initial frag, not to take anything away from the rest of the team. You know, I think Melo, Dookie, and Mumuki also did a fantastic job, but most of the times they get outshined by Arion, and a lot of times when we see Team Valhalla on the kill feed, they are on the receiving end of getting knocked out. So there is very less information that we can work with these guys in the past 3 days. But there were certain rounds where they managed to squeeze into top 5 by the end of the round. We just need to see a bit more of that.
Yeah, it's spectacular when it comes to positioning themselves in the final circle, but not that proficient in picking up those kills, because as you can see on the leaderboard, Team Valhalla are currently sitting down in the 14th spot. Only 18 of those kills to their name, which obviously is going to be hurting their performance out there on the battlefield. And we'll start things off from the very bottom with the teams that have got the opportunity to obviously make it into the top 12 because of how close they are. AV Ligers, No Escape Revolt, Black Angel, Mahardika, Team Valhalla, ORV Tyrants. These are the teams who will have that fire burning in their hearts today, Husky, for sure.
Yeah, and at one point, Team Valhalla were actually in the top 12. So dropping out of it right now, by the end of yesterday, it does make it a bit more sticky. But if you look at it, it's just 14 points, right? You get one good round in, one booyah round, and Team Valhalla will be right back in that qualification spots. But of course, at the top of the leaderboard, once more, AKO Ultraman leading with 165 points. Divine, not too far behind. In fact, Divine is made out of, you know, our local superstars as well. If you remember, we have Ajim, we have Shura, we have Mr. D. These guys, again, have been around for such a long time. They know AKO Ultraman as well as AKO Ultraman knows them.
I absolutely agree with you, man. And, you know, the previous competition, it was quite disappointing to see Mr. D's performance, because he just seemed to have focused a little bit too much on content creation and not sharpening his skills. The guy is amazing when he streams Free Fire. But I think, you know, that underperforming side of Mr. D truly got to him, because the kind of fire that we see out of Team Divine, the kind of fire that we see out of Mr. D this time around is just so very much different, Husky.
Yeah. And I heard from Abento yesterday that he says he knows Mr. D very well, and whenever Mr. D plays Free Fire, he goes solo and he runs double sniper rifles, which is pretty unorthodox, right? But maybe that's one of the ways that he sharpened up his skills. Of course, there is a slight gap between second and third. Anxiety is sitting in third place. We have GM Remy and Eva Continue, which all of these teams stepped up during day 2 and day 3. So you might be wondering as the audience, what happened to Who's Next Kalahari Philippines? What happened to Hard to Get? Well, they dropped from 1st and 2nd to 8th and 10th place.
Yeah, that's quite the GG of a move, but it was obviously something that a lot of us who are quite used to the scene anticipated because of the consistency that we've seen some of these top flight teams bring into the competition, right? It's more of, during the early stages, a game of finding out what the strategy of your opponents are, finding out exactly how to maneuver your way in towards that final circle, because the drop spots are going to be the biggest point of research for them, because some of them who share those drop spots a little bit too early, end up in these 50-50 situations where you just really don't know what sort of weapon you're going to be able to pick up, and that really skews the opportunity.
Yeah. And if you guys have any other informations, comments, memes, and discussions that you want to start, we recommend you to do it right now on your social media using the hashtags Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah.
Love to hear from the community on what they think about the team's performance, what they think about AJ's glorious mustache, and what you think about what is going to happen in the rest of the day. But of course, if you guys have any predictions and you're watching on twitch.tv, drop that down in the Twitch chat. Tell us which team that you think is going to walk away with the booyah, or which team will finish first at the end of the day.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And when you do throw those hashtags into the comment section and share your thoughts with us, when you share this out on your own pages, you'll have an opportunity of being showcasted on the screen itself. We'll read out all of your comments loud and proud for you, so make sure you keep that as priority number one. But of course, productive, constructive feedback, most definitely appreciated.
As long as you compliment our looks, we'll read it out. Though so far, I've not seen any of that. But with that aside, we are in game 1. All the way to Bermuda. And again, if you guys are wondering why there are only 11 teams, just remember GRX Project is not part of the tournament anymore because they did get disqualified 2 days ago. So we will work with 11 teams, which means lesser prey on the map for some of these teams to reap.
Yeah, flight path cutting down from Cape Town all the way between Observatory as well as Hangar, opening up the full map for the play. So we shouldn't be having any teams who go in there for the hot drop, but obviously Black Angel, they will disagree. They want those kill points. I know they are quite desperate for it. And the team that they are preying upon is Team Valhalla. Now, 2 of these teams are very close to each other on the leaderboard, sitting down in the 14th as well as 15th spot. This could be a 50-50, and I just don't like this, Husky.
We see this a lot, right? The teams that are really trying to get into top 12 will try to hot drop each other to increase their own chances. But like you said, it's like taking a gamble. You roll the dice, and if it doesn't land on your side of the table, you're going to be in a rough spot. I mean, Xfix definitely tasting that. I believe he just got a med kit, so was able to top himself back up. But the rest of BA aren't really in a position to fight this.
Yeah, and Mello just straying away a little bit too far. Might get pinced now by Shakur, but it's not going to be a situation that sees Shakur quickly hopping on out with his shotgun. He needs to have Mello close that distance with him first before he can jump into action. But in any case, it doesn't look like the Black Angels are getting overexcited out there on the battlefield, which only shows that they might be surviving a little bit longer than initially expected. But let's see exactly what Valhalla has up their sleeves here, asking.
And I think the most interesting dynamic that we saw from day one was, again, we have to bring back Hard to Get and Who's Next Kalahari Philippines, where these 2 teams showed us a polarizing characteristic. WNX, heavy fragging team, but very less placement points.
Yeah.
And those frags got them to first place for a long time. Hard to Get, not as much frags, but really good at getting placement points, and that put them in second. And now that dynamic has been kind of shattered because both of them are barely hanging on to the top 10 spot.
Yep.
We see all these other teams kind of catching up, especially AQ Ultraman and K9, which has been able to find that sweet balance. Though K9 still displays some sort of inconsistency once in a while. Hopefully they fix it for today, because they are kind of known as the late bloomers. It takes them a couple of rounds to come online, but for day 4, you cannot let that happen.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And that's exactly why some of our focus has to be on teams like Divine, who have managed to maintain their consistency. They've hit that ratio, which is quite comfortable to sit around with. You don't really want to stray away too far from your ranking versus your kill score up there on the leaderboard. And Divine has got 83 in terms of their placement points versus 71 through their kills. And you look at AKO Ultraman, on the other hand, they do focus on their placements a little bit more. That might just bite them in the back today, Husky.
And very excited to see how teams like No Escape Revolt, how teams like Legion or Alpha are going to step up their game, especially No Escape Revolt, while sitting, if I'm not mistaken, 16th place. So there's a lot of chance for them to kind of catch back up, right? The only team below them is AV Ligers, who so far has not made much noise, but that is kind of sticking to their identity of wanting to play a safer game, which did net them their very first booyah yesterday through a bit of luck and through a bit of strategic movement. But I don't think it's going to work out as well as they want to in this round. I mean, AV Ligers, as we say that, they show up at Factory.
Yeah, and AV Ligers, I think they are going to be a little excited to pick up this next battle. Let's see if they do go ahead and catch the players of Black Angels off guard here, because Valhalla, they have already evacuated from this location, and Black Angels, they try to stay as silent as possible so they do not have to engage in an early fight. And the last thing that they would want is to jump into battle with AV Ligers, who are extremely hungry at the bottom of the leaderboard.
This is a day one AV Ligers. Day 2 and day 3, they were a bit tame, but when the competition first started, you better bet that AV Ligers is not coming for you, because they are ultra aggressive. Most of the time, it did end up being detrimental to themselves, but it's good to see AV Ligers taking that initiative. I think it's something that you need to have in a squad to kind of get these early kills, and I think Shiz has already made contact in the factory, and that should be an easy kill. There's a time turner from Chakor, but Shiz also has his glue wall to work with, buying time for the rest of AV Ligers to show up. The P-Panda comes in, and they will get that first kill.
Yeah, the backup was most definitely there. Great time turner by Shakur, but just didn't have any space to work with. Got caught out by the game of numbers, and AV Ligers have managed to strike one quick shot. But the rest of the players on the side of Black Angel, they've managed to evacuate this compound already, and I believe the revive is still activated for this competition, Husky?
No, it's not.
Unfortunately,
we don't get any revive.
Unfortunately, they will not be bringing in their team member then. RV off the screen here. They are very, very close to the team of No Escape. Let's see if or not anything can come out of this engagement.
Yeah, we did see initial knock Santua from No Escape Revolt out of the lobby. As we're on the topic of anxiety, I want to quickly point out Kanoho, the golden arm of anxiety. Give him a grenade, he gets a kill. Simple as that. Just give him those grenades. And he has been putting out, he has the most grenade kills, I remember, or the second most right now in this tournament. And it all comes down to if anxiety can find an initial engagement. And so far they have.
And Barba has got the Mac-10 to work with. Close range combat will be his speciality. Slumber, on the other hand, finds a player, tags him all up. No drops coming through just yet, and a beautiful glue wall just to sustain some of those shots as he repositions himself. But up top on the roof now, the glue wall popped out, and anxiety is getting exactly that anxiety. Toby with a great time turner to protect himself, and he repositions. Now, as the players of RV continuously pressure them, Toby tries to get out. Glue wall popped out once again. Here comes the 2-on-1. Senju gets the backstab. Kanoho with the support as well. But anxiety, it looks like their approach is breaking down little by little.
Anxiety, they would just hunt down the last remnants of No Escape Revolt. And it's a pretty interesting decision. I mean, No Escape Revolt knew that they had to fight that, but none of them were in the position to provide support. Miss Slumber was completely caught out in the house alone. They were already fighting a 3 versus 4, so it was disaster waiting to happen. And Anxiety, once more, did a perfect siege, taking 4 kills, losing none. Now they get to restock, and all of these, all this while they had to tank that stage 2 blue zone, which overall doesn't hurt as much. But now with these new recharged arsenal, they can take that, move into the circle, and continue this journey. In fact, from Remnam Village, it's a pretty clear path into that safe zone.
Anxiety obviously looking for the heavy firepower to be brought into this matchup. They want to catch up with Divine as well as AKO Ultraman. Catching up with Divine is going to be quite the challenge, and obviously to replace AKO Ultraman, they will need more than 30 points to their side. Let's see if they can pull this off. EVA continue now on our screens, and the engagement is not going to be possible as the team that they were trying to aim for quickly disengages and moves into Pochino.
Quick question, AJ. So let's look at the roster of EVC. Do you see anything? Did you remember anything?
Obviously, man. I mean, this was my favorite team to grab each and every single competition for the win. But EVA continue. They rebranded and I guess they struggle. They should have stuck with their previous name.
Yeah. SAM was perfect, right? But we see this siege. AV Ligers now under assault. And P Panda not able to provide any sort of assistance. Let's Go has already found Psycho. So this round is going to be pretty much done and dusted for AV Ligers. Their chances kind of dwindling, but it's WNX, a very aggressive team coming in with very controlled execution. And this team needs redemption. They are looking to kind of reinstate themselves as the team that is aggressive, as the team that is deadly. And I think they're doing well for the first attempt on AV Ligers.
Yeah, but Valhalla's just moving a little bit too slow here. They have the perfect opportunity to third-party the situation as all of the players on the side of Who's Next hunt down Pipanda. The opportunity can be stolen away by Valhalla, but they are second-guessing themselves, not getting involved in this battle just yet. And the longer they wait, the more difficult this particular encounter is going to be, because right behind them on the hot approach is Eva Continue. AV Ligers gets taken out of the equation thanks to Dukey as well as his AC-80, but now the three-way battle is about to be set up. You see the drone above them already. You've got the information going towards the side of Eva Continue. Let's see exactly what breaks down at Pochinok, because this three-way battle between these three teams might just end up with Who's Next being the biggest losers.
Valhalla needs to get as much as possible, but on the other hand, we see this open field fight. K9 and Hard to Get running straight into each other, but I think Hard to Get gets a better opening as we see all these glue walls line up by K9 esports. Not really sure what the idea was, but Hard to Get has had them slowly but surely surrounded. The Batman just taking pot shots as Superman as we get the El Clasico DC superhero fight once more on this battlefield. And Superman somehow was still able to push right through with the time turner and a couple of glue walls. They're tossing the nade. Back JC with the grenade launcher, downs 2. Norman does take him out with the ice grenade, but so far no casualties just yet as Batman lands 2. Shira finds number 3, and I think this one is done and dusted. K9 esports out of the game.
Oh, those Kobe's being born and hard to get. And I remember the days, man, where we just used to absolutely lose our minds because of the way this squad used to take those engagements in the open fields, open lands. Batman had such a terrible run, but what we see in front of us in this new Hard to Get is so very much different in the way they approach these battles, Husky.
Yeah, I think the biggest criticism we've always given to Batman is that this guy plays a bit too safe. It felt like if you don't put him on, if you don't perch him on top of a tree, he's probably not going to get anything done. So I agree. I love this look on the side of Hard to Get. You know, again, just like WNX, they're looking for redemption after an abysmal round day 2 and 3. Well, Hawkeye continues that streak as Kanoho is down to the golden arm of anxiety is no more. They try to provide backup for him. Hawkeye getting pushed back temporarily, but he says come through the other angle, doesn't catch Toby. They actually bring Kanoho back up, and Yadom ends up getting traded back.
Oh, beautiful plays coming through, but the approach could have been just slightly faster there through the window. He had the right idea, but execution a little too slow. Basic now, glue walls all around. Just panic, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as Who's Next takes over the situation, one after the other. And Let's Go hits his triple kill, but Anxiety, they haven't been taken out of the equation just yet. Yes, you still do have Chessman running away from this battle as the final surviving member on the side of Anxiety. 5 kills to his name, and it only has to be the placement points that they play for right now.
Oh, WNX managing to salvage that. That was seemed to be a good situation gone south, and they were able to kind of pull it back into their control. I mean, Anxiety almost ran away with 3 points.
Oh my lord!
But across that, it's going to be completely ended prematurely by the members, I believe, from EVC who were watching. And in fact, they've also alerted AQ Ultraman as AQ Ultraman takes 3 pot shots. I believe it's Hard to Get downhill, but EVC is also on the other side of the map.
And that's exactly how important it is to maintain composure as you run away from your opponents, because the first time turn that the Chessman pulled out was perfect. It gave him the defense, but the double glue wall right in front, whereas the shots were coming from the back, just wasn't the brightest of ideas to play out at that point. But we understand the panic, Chessman. Better luck next time. Eva Continue holding on to the edge of the hill, and the players from VHA very slowly approaching the situation as well. They can catch off Eva Continue, but the problem is they are being pressured from the left-hand side as well. Dukey teasing them with a couple of shots. The AC-80 will be able to get a knock, but it's just a little too slippery. They find the players of Eva Continue way too difficult to manage as they use the terrain to their advantage. None of those shots coming through now as Toxic returns fire.
And VHA needs to push through EVC and BA, which is 2 different teams that they don't really have full coverage of. Because Duki actually got tagged by a nade, but thankfully still
Oi.
alive. Damon just go for it. This is classic Damon gameplay. You have 2 glue walls, I'm just gonna jump on top of it and try to take you out. But of course, Damon's not really looking too good. He's looking for the feet
Oh.
of Melo. Mumuki also gets tagged. Damon is gonna trade his life in return. Nothing too surprising from the side of VBC, but most importantly, Valhalla are only down to 1.
Yeah, big risk, big reward. He had the Mag 7. He had the opportunity to take that close range combat and shut down the player, but got a little too cheeky, caught out in the open, pays the big price as he gets taken out of the equation. But Eva still continues on with 3 more players in here. And without anxiety in the mix, Eva can continue looking to climb over them. They are currently sitting down in the 5th spot, but not too far away. One solid booyah from this round will put them right back in the running for the podium finish by the end of today.
Guess what, AJ? AKO Ultraman has been pretty quiet up till right now.
Yeah.
This is a team sitting in first place. They just got their first 2 kills and they finally are making their move. All 4 members kind of charging downhill. The first point of contact is hard to get, who have absolutely no idea what is happening. Shira thought he's running to a safe haven, but the rest of AKO, they are spread out across this entire cliff area. So wherever you go, you are going to run into either AKO Ultraman or a second squad, and that means that they are not only taking it hard to get, but also Legion Alpha.
And by now, you understand exactly why AKO Ultraman sits down at the number 1 spot. Got nade, tossed on down by Let's Go. Has got the Charge Buster in hand as well. But through that time turner, nothing is going to reach his opponents. But Let's Go, closing in the distance. Has got that backup from Basic as well.
No.
Charges up the Charge Buster. Basic gets put down onto the ground. Let's Go down onto the ground as well. They have got one final player to lean on. That's going to be Hawkeye, who finishes 2 players off back to back. Legion Alpha taken out of the equation. And who's next? Still alive, Husky.
And this is very important for WNX. They only have 1 guy left in the game, but as long as he stays alive, as long as he gets this position point in, he should be able to at least pull the team back up on the leaderboard. Sure, they are in 10th place right now, but it's not looking too hot for a team that started off the competition on a roll. And Hawkeye, he's just trying to bob and weave through all of these bullets, getting tagged left, right, and center by Roy. And he's going to be the next to get bumped out of the game. And who's next journey in round 1 ends in 4th place.
Yeah, when your opponent's got the Groza and you don't have much of a compound to work with, dodging back and forth between your own glue walls, by the end of that particular battle, you know exactly who's going to be the biggest loser, because who's next? They only had 1 player to depend on and not much resources at the end of the day. So this is now down to 3 teams out there on the battlefield, but
Grenade
Eva
launcher?
continue, engages with AKO Ultraman. The grenade launcher does nothing. Roy manages to disengage. 4 bits from the right-hand side, but they still do not manage to catch these players off guard, and nobody is focusing on the Black Angels.
I love EXO. That clutch glue wall to block that first grenade was what kept them alive in this game, and now Too Fast.
Oh!
3rd time's a charm with the grenade launcher once more as EXO takes matter into his own hands, trying to salvage this game for himself. But Glory gets tagged. Glue wall does go down. He wants to rescue Toxic, but EXO just shoots him from below. And it's a triple kill so far for 4-bits. EXO gets knocked down, but the rest of AKO Ultraman are already back up. Toxic needs some assistance, but it's Roy that comes beside him and takes him away. And it seems like AKO Ultraman are again poised to take the round. It's up down to 1 member of PVC and a couple more from BA.
Oh, BA, they just made the biggest mistake, or did they? Yes, they did, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. They could have just allowed Eva continue taking the fight up against AKO Ultraman, but they stuck their noses in where it doesn't belong, and they get taken out in the 3rd place. 4-bit still alive, but the circle will eliminate him from the equation, and AKO Ultraman keeps up their consistency at that number 1 spot. AKO X Roy picking up the MVP title at the same time, Husky.
And guess what? It's a non-DC superhero that is taking charge of the competition. Forget about Superman. Forget about Batman. Forget about Marvel heroes like Hawkeye.
Yeah.
We look at Ultraman.
Yep. And, once again, I was, about to touch on this point earlier on, but the action was just a little too intense. If we look at the performance of AKO Ultraman at that number 1 spot, like I mentioned earlier on, it was mainly towards their placement points. They really, really want to prioritize surviving. And in a game of Battle Royale, that's the main intention, isn't it? Getting your survival points. You gotta be the final survivors, and because when you pick up those very valuable placement points, it just propels you to the top. Those skills that you engage in, that you manage to take in that final circle, that's exactly what you have to focus on, which some of the teams just haven't seemed to have gotten just yet.
And I think AKO Ultraman did a fantastic job in selecting which fights to go for.
Unlike BA.
we talked a lot about, oh, you have to be aggressive, you have to be
Yeah.
safe, and a lot of people would ask the same question.
Yeah.
How do you do two polarizing things at the same time? Well, pick the right fights.
Yes.
I think AKO Ultraman picked the right moments, right? They
Yeah.
were so quiet up to, I believe, the 4th circle, and then suddenly they show up and they clean house. And even when they were doing that, they were not doing things like EVC, they were not doing the day moon, they
Yeah.
were doing it very controlled and calculated. And guess what? They won the round 1 just as we expected.
Yeah.
And this is all made possible by our partners over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters. I tell you, AKO Ultraman might not be the strongest team to start off the competition, but they are the strongest team at this point of time. Aside from Snapdragon Elite Gaming, we also gotta thank Monster Energy for unleashing the beast within us commentators and of course the players playing in the Snapdragon Pro Series Free Fire. So check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming.
Absolutely. And if you guys want to be a part of our community, if you want to catch out all of the important information as to when the future Snapdragon Pro Series will be happening, as to how you can jump into some of this competition, make sure you join our Discord. This is the link. Hop on in there. We've got a lot of friendly moderators in there who will be able to guide you on through. And all of these community tournaments are set up for the community. It gives people like us who haven't really had the opportunity to hop on into some of these pro scenes a chance to go out there and fight for our own place in the community.
Take the first step, take the plunge, and we might see you on the broadcast. This is how you do it. But for now, we're going to go for a short break. When we come back, more Free Fire action will resume. Stay tuned.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like wall. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. Might drown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This is my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Just step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
AKO Ultraman strikes again.
They do. They do. They most definitely do. And not only do they strike again, they maintain their consistency, focusing on the most important aspect of a battle royale, playing the game of survival and playing it really smart at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Husky, he's the Mustachio AJ. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series. For Free Fire Open Finals, this is the final day of the Open Finals. And by the end of the day, we will find out which 12 teams will proceed into the true knockout stage. I'm very excited because I think we came into the day talking about AKO Ultraman.
Yes.
And they started off the first round with the most solid performance we've seen.
Yes, absolutely, man. And, you know, that's the kind of consistency you want to have on your side. If you want to guarantee that #1 spot, if you want to snatch away the lion's share of the prize pool. Let's take a quick peek at the current round standings from the previous matchup and see exactly how the teams did. AKO Ultraman with a massive 19 points at the top through their 7 kills. But remember, this was one of the things that we highlighted as well, Husky, with AKO Ultraman continuously focusing just purely on their placements and not really, you know, aggressively picking up those kill points. They might just pay a high price for it later on. But the one thing that I guess they can rest easy with is the fact that Divine is not going to be catching up anytime soon.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, I think EVA continue getting that 18 points is pretty massive, right?
Yes.
I think this is probably one of the best performances that they have shown, barring the booyah that they got. The WNX also stepping up to the plate for that game 1, getting that 15 point and a 4th place finish. Hard to get, still kind of struggling, but seeing them getting at least some sort of points is reassuring for a fan of Hard to Get.
Absolutely, man. But of course, AKO Ultraman, they have to step it up a little bit more in the next round because Divine a little bit too close to them on the leaderboard. And Ultraman with the awesome damage through 5,892. 7 slays out there on the battlefield, obviously with the longest survival time as they picked up the booyah with 17 minutes and 4 seconds, Husky.
And I think by the end of day 1, I figured out that, alright, the average game time for a round of Free Fire is 17 to 17.5 minutes because you can't go longer than that. The game would end. The game terminates itself for you. But this is the overall standing. And look at this. AKO Ultraman are now 30 points ahead of Divine. And they are the first team to hit that sweet 3-digit for placement points. 102 in fact. And they also have the highest kills. 82 in the pocket. Divine haven't played their first game just yet. So we can keep them for later on. But Anxiety is now slowly catching up. Only 10 points before they hit that Divine spot. And EVA continue are following closely behind.
Oh yeah, absolutely, sir. But you know, with the problem of the format of 3 different groups in play layered between each other, teams like Anxiety as well as AKO Ultraman, no matter how much they put out there in terms of output, they also have to anticipate teams like Divine doing really well when their group is in participation as well. So there's no room for error whatsoever because, I mean, yes, they are not going to get eliminated as they are most definitely safe and going through to the finals, but you still want to aim for that extra bit of pocket money from the prize pool, Husky.
Absolutely. And I want to kind of draw our attention to a couple of teams that did play. And they are on the second page. Black Angel Maharlika, Valhalla, No Escape Revolt, and AV Ligers. Most of these guys have not seen any changes in the standings. But for BA and Valhalla, these guys have moved up ever so slightly. 5 points separate Black Angel Maharlika from that 12th place spot. Of course, Ono Romeo have not played the first round just yet, but this does look a bit more promising for the 13 and 14 spot team. Yeah,
for a team like Black Angel Maharlika, I absolutely agree with their strategy of disengaging as much as possible and really focusing in on placing themselves in that final circle. We saw how Black Angels, they took the hot drop initially early on, and I believe it was AV Ligers who was a little bit close to them.
It was it AV Ligers? Yeah, I believe it was.
Yeah,
right? I believe it was AV
But
Ligers.
they disengaged. They backed away from that spot as quickly as possible. The one mistake that they did unfortunately make, though, is rushing into battle when they were just not needed just yet. They should have just allowed the 2 top titans to fight it out first.
Oh wait, actually it's Valhalla.
Valhalla,
yeah,
yes.
it was Valhalla, right? I think
Valhalla, yes.
I believe like BA decided to run away.
Correct.
And then Valhalla ended up getting a better placement point. We'll keep that topic aside for a while because we do have an interview with one of the players from AKO Ultraman. Let's head it over to the desk, Hajiat and Abiyat. Take it away, guys.
Kenapa korang mengambil circle begitu awal di atas bukit? Itu.
Sebab circle tak ada orang kat atas. Kita ambil cepat.
Oh. So, circle yang keberapa korang target sebenarnya?
Apa?
Circle yang keberapa ataupun bulatan yang keberapa korang target sebenarnya untuk masuki circle game yang pertama. Susah ayat tu
Macam tengok apa faham ke tak?
Faham tak?
Dua.
Circle yang kedua Wow,
Circle kedua diorang target dah.
Diorang dah plan dah awal-awal dah.
awal-awal
Dah
dah.
tahu circle yang kedua tu betul-betul berada dekat bahagian quarter tua tadi. So silakan soalan. Nah, itu yang
Okey, apa tu? Yang kedua untuk Throman. Okey, so korang tahu sekarang ini kedudukan korang dikejar sebenarnya oleh pasukan-pasukan lain yang berada di bawah kan. So, adakah korang ambil berat tentang itu ataupun korang just main macam biasa saja?
Ya.
Main macam biasa je. Kalau nak datang.
Jaja.
Sangat berkeyakinan itu yang kita
bagus.
mahukan. Itu yang kita mahukan
Bagus,
untuk
bagus,
pasukan
bagus.
Malaysia kita.
Bagus.
Right.
Throman.
Right. So soalan yang terakhir lah. Okay, since hari ni hari yang terakhir. Okay, so untuk grand final nantilah. Korang dah ada belum strategi untuk ke grand final, masa grand final nanti?
Ada. Semuanya coach kita orang dah ready kan.
Ui. Okay, soalan tadi. Siapa coach korang?
Yes. Rahsia. Kita tak bagi tahu siapa coach dia. Tak apa? Okay. Alright. Okay, terima kasih Ultraman. Kita akan kembali lagi sekiranya anda buya. Okay, so good luck untuk 3 game seterusnya. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
I really like that answer, Husky, because to the question as to why did you take the highest vantage point in the field, it was not strategy. It was because there was nobody else there. So why not?
Common sense.
Yeah,
Of course,
exactly.
if no one there, why? But they also did mention that from the second circle onwards,
Yes.
they've already had a plan, right? They
Yeah.
planned very far ahead. They knew that it was going to end a quarter tour, which
Yes.
the foresight that they had
Yeah.
kind of put them in a position. And I think they also accidentally leaked the future Ultraman series. As far as I remember, Ultraman does this. But they did this. Bring it on. Like,
Bring it on, indeed.
They would just play as normal, but if you want to try to catch up to them,
Yeah.
bring it on. They have issued an ultimatum.
But of course, jokes aside, it is by no accident that they found the highest vantage point, because like what we have identified through the leaderboards, through their performance out there on the battlefield, AKO Ultraman always prioritizes the final circle, always prioritizes survival over those skill points, and it seems to have served them quite well. And it's not like they don't pick up those skills, because in the final circle, you obviously will have a few teams to do battle with.
And AKO Ultraman handled them very easily, right?
Yes.
They handled them with stride, with composure. And if you think that you can do better, if you think, you have more insight on what the next Ultraman sequel is going to be, do remember to include all of that in your social medias with the hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series. We want to hear the conversation. We want to hear the opinions. We want to hear what you guys have to say about the teams, players, and everything in Free Fire related in between. But if you guys are more of a person that does predictions and you're watching this on twitch.tv, include your prediction in the Twitch chat below, just like this. Tell us which team you think is going to be in top 12.
I mean, yes, you may be able to play the game of guessing to make it a little bit tougher for you if you are going to be throwing your predictions in. Let us know exactly which team you think from the current top 12 is not going to be making it through to the finals. Because, I mean, you do have teams who perform day after day, and on that very final day, when it matters the most, they slack off, Husky. We've grown a little too accustomed to watching that happen.
We've seen that one team, I believe, 1 year ago, that had one of the most monstrous run for 3 weeks in a row. And the last week, they dropped out of first place. I can't remember what the team name was, but you know what I'm talking about, right?
Absolutely, man.
So we just see if that happens. I think so far, AKO Ultraman are not going down that trajectory so far.
Yeah.
But let's see if Kalahari changes that. My favorite map.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the flight path, cutting through the maze all the way down to Confinery. Once again, the full map will be opened up for the play, and EVA continue as usual, dropping into Foundation to build the initial loot. And it doesn't seem like anybody else will be roaming around their spot. But 4-bit seems to have just overshot this a little bit too far, and Anxiety might just be able to catch him off at Shrines.
I am pleasantly surprised that Anxiety decided to go all the way to Shrines. Not really sure if it was because of the high tier loot.
Definitely.
Or because they had a change of mind. I'm assuming it's the former, right? Because they love Refinery. They
Yep.
are the only team aside from ORV Tyrants that drop at Refinery. But ever since yesterday, there have been some sort of adjustment, and this one is probably the most drastic of them all.
And of course, if you drop in Refinery, I think, 8 out of 10 times, you are going to be lucky because the circle more than often moves towards the center part of Kalahari. And then obviously you can, choose to back away from that spot. We have seen a few teams stay or overstay their welcome at Refinery, and all of those high platforms kind of turn out to be a huge disadvantage towards the very end. Some of those teams, of course, rush on down under to gatekeep them as they hop on off one after the other. Potentially, they might be wanting to change up some of their strategies in the final day, but I do agree with you, Husky. The high tier loot zone area is just a little too tempting to walk away from sometimes.
Shrine is particularly quiet. So yesterday, a lot of teams were hot dropping at Shrine. In fact, we are going to see that exact scenario in the coming rounds. In the last 4 rounds, when Group C comes into play,
Yes.
I think Shrine will be a bit more populated. But that's an issue between Orange Esports and Wasik Philippines that I will give a bit more context to later on. But right now, the fact that the center of the map is so open, Refinery is unoccupied, I think that means that most teams will get more leeway to work with, right? You don't have anyone shooting from you from those high grounds.
And these two teams just constantly sticking by each other like two peas in a pod. I don't think, though, that Valhalla will want to engage with Black Angels, and Black Angels, just like what they did in the previous round, they spot a squad a little too close to them and they quickly run away. And this is not a move of a coward. It is the move of a team that surely knows exactly how to climb up the leaderboard. They just need to find those survival points. They just need to find those placement points solid on their side and potentially pick up a couple of kills, because they are in quite the great position to make it up through the top 12. And anxiety, giving Mustachio anxiety, because I thought he was hot dropping into another squad, but Parma flies straight towards the rest of his team members.
It did happen on day one. Though it's not anxiety, I believe it was on Bermuda, and Orange Esports for some reason decided to hot drop and it ended up getting wiped. Thankfully, Orange Esports is in a pretty decent spot, they're in top 12. I think that's the most important part, right? Sure, money is one thing, but if you're in a situation where you know that you can't go for more, you might as well stay where you are and try to qualify for the grand finals, which again comes with its own prize pool. RV, though, they did lose Senju, which did happen off screen. Wonder what was the situation. But they're gonna run into WNX, and I don't like this for RV.
Yeah, who's next is in a great position here. If the revival system was still activated, then this spot is gonna be in the advantage of RV, but there's no revivals, and RV, they'll continue struggling. Here comes who's next, Alasak, PH, Yadop out in the open, but a great time turner pulled out to make sure JimQuest does not catch him off guard. Max 7 in the hand of JimQuest now, holding on to the very top of this ship, awaiting the presence of the players from who's next.
Yeah, there's no Captain Jack Sparrow to help them ward off these raiders. WNX have taken control of the deck of the ship, and RV now have to try and fight their way out in this 2 versus 4. You can't leave the ship. You can't move anywhere. There's no resources, and WNX knows that they got this in the back. That lob was actually on top of JimQuest. That will force him out into the open. I don't know how they measured that geometry, but they did it so well. Slumber now gets tagged, and JimQuest was able to find your dope, but can he at least secure a kill? The answer is no.
Unfortunate, he did have the Mag 7, but he just did not have the knowledge of that backstab. 2 players did manage to catch him off, and the players of Who's Next have managed to find 3 kills to their name. A little unfortunate for the players, because once again, Husky, if the revival system was activated, that ship is the perfect place to take your battles at, because you can just have a non-stop supply of manpower, continuously bring your team members right back into play, but obviously that wasn't a situation that was available. Valhalla, on the other hand, will come across a squad who I have mistaken. Yep, it is K9, but I believe it's just one player who is trying to disengage from this battle.
And that guy is Normain, who somehow found himself in a very weird position. Probably out on a recon mission, but he's kind of trapped over there. Well, the rest of his team is there. They are actually shooting at the members of Valhalla, but Normain is not in a spot to help. And that's a worrying situation for K9.
And that's one of the problems when you do make use of that launch pad, right? You most definitely want to send one player in to scout out first. But if that player is just ever so unlucky, just like Normain here, then this is the spot where he will be caught in. He cannot move, he cannot take an aggressive approach, but thankfully the players on the other side, the other K9 members, are providing that suppressive fire, making sure Valhalla will not be able to hop off the top of the platform and take their team member out of the equation.
Yeah, Normain is basically a sitting duck out in the open. But just like you said, you know, the silver lining is that no one is able to see him, so no one can threaten him, at least for now. The rest of K9 are on the other side of this of the structure, so they get to see Valhalla in plain sight.
Yep.
But this will be a very tense standoff, right? No one wants to kind of peek out into the open. Meanwhile, Anxiety, they're taking that very long run to get into the circle. There is actually a truck that they can utilize. And this is just the first phase, so it's not going to hurt too much.
Yeah, absolutely. Toby is just still playing with his luck and anxiety, giving us all anxiety as they lose a little bit of health. And like you said, Husky, taking that long rotation, but it is a extremely smart move as they did detect two teams right in front of them. So taking a straightforward approach into the circle wouldn't have been the smartest of ideas. And now as they take that long rotation, they might just catch hold of the players of Black Angel, Maharlika, and gain 4 extra kill points to this side.
And I think we found the culprit that took down the last member from RV. The first member, I believe it was AV Ligas. I think Shiz somehow got a pick off early on. But they do have AQ Ultraman right opposite them, and Anxiety taking the launch pad and was able to make it into the circle. And if they ever run into BA, they are going to win this because X-Fix, for some reason, is very, very far from the rest of his team. In fact, he's still trying to outrun that blue zone.
Yeah, let's see if or not they can get away. Anxiety haven't spotted the players of Black Angel just yet, but they take this opportunity, this free time, to continue looting up to prepare for that final battle. Look at Chessman, 10 medkits on the guy. Don't even think he can get through half of them by the time he gets to the final circle. But the more you have, the merrier. But only a single glue wall in his utility. I think he can do slightly better than that. So it is going to be the best of decisions for this team to stay away from battle as long as possible. Anxiety has to continue focusing on those loots here, Husky.
And AQ Ultraman, on that map that we saw just now, once Spore got the read correct, they are actually in the center of that safe zone, and they were last seen moving southwards over Valhalla, kind of running into Legion Alpha, and I don't think they can make it out of this though. Melo is already down. Legion Alpha getting a good spot. Melo was actually getting Seika for somehow tagging him, even though he got shot early on, so Valhalla still finds some solace, but Legion Alpha did have ability to work with, so nothing much was lost.
Yeah, it wasn't a lucky nade, it was just one heck of a well-timed grenade that did manage to get the knock right after he himself got knocked down onto the ground, but Legion wouldn't have to worry about too much, but at the same time, they don't get to pick up those extra kill points. Anxiety now on the approach, AKO, it's gonna be Roy Axel too fast, and the Ultramen will be able to take down the players of Anxiety if they can find those angles. One guy taking his spot up top on the roof, but here comes Roy, has got the double barrel shotgun in hand, but finds absolutely none of those players on the side of Anxiety. Has got the opening to get up top on the roof though, gets splashed straight in the face. A little unfortunate toss there coming out from his own.
Could be an SD decoy, you know, like I flash whoever is down there. I don't mind if I get flashed as long as I flash someone from Anxiety. But this is very unlucky. They had such a good, safe rotation so far. Until AKO Ultraman decides to show out. And once this glue wall goes down, you know Roy is ready to fight. But it decides to take a safer approach and rejoin the rest of his team. You can see all those utilities are being fired out. And Barbara is going to be the first point of contact. And he did have that grenade launcher, but Too Fast tags him with the nade and brings him to his feet. And the rest of Anxiety actually can't help it because the glue wall is blocking their approach. And AKO Ultraman will take control of the house. In a one fell swoop, Kanoa goes down. And AKO Ultraman finds the entire team.
AKO Ultraman, no matter how much they focus on that final circle, they understand the importance of survivability. Make no mistake, if they do get involved in a battle, you're not gonna walk away unscathed. AKO, beautiful shutdown onto Anxiety, who did technically have the better position. They had the defensive spots. They could have set up an ambush, but there was just no solid attempts from them whatsoever. They just wanted to see exactly what AKO had to offer, and I think it was just a little too much for them to receive.
You know, like it's as if you are staring at a crocodile. You know, crocodile normally when they want to release heat, they have their mouth, their jaws
Yeah,
open, and
yeah.
just sticking your finger like. Would you bite? I don't think you will bite. And when you stick your whole hand in, it chomps down. That was what happened to Anxiety. I think they try to poke the sleeping dragon a bit too much.
Yep.
Or the sleeping tigers in this case.
K9 from afar. They tease the wrong team now. EVA continue. Can shut them down, but all spread out. Outside of the circle, the players of K9 will be pressured. What will EVA continue do? Glue wall down on the ground already. Blank has got the farmers to work with. Daymoon just standing right behind that wall. Has got two players. Toxic now takes the glue wall down with a beautiful barrage. And Blank just returns fire. Normain, he has got two backup on his right-hand side, but they're not doing too much just yet. And Daymoon just a little too brave, Husky, standing out in the open as he takes those shots. That grenade might be able to catch him off guard, but it doesn't really do much. And K9 is still pressured. But because the players of EVA continue took a little bit too long, now they get pressured by the blue zone as well.
Both of them trapped out in the open, but EVA continue can rest assured that they do have their man advantage, and K9 has to go through them. And Forbis with a good shot from afar basically confirms that K9 is in a very rough spot. McRory tries to flank from behind, and EVC right now makes the decision to draw some distance between them and K9. They don't need to rush this too much.
Yeah, at this point, the players of K9 just need to find a way to disengage with this battle because they are most clearly losing out on it. And taking this fight outside of the circle isn't too wise at all for both of these teams. But EVA continue. They want to pick up on all of these kill points before they continue looking for that podium finish by the end of today. So this is a risk they most definitely want to take for themselves. But Daymoon running out of time, running out of HP. He will be knocked down by the circle. And K9 now has equalized those numbers. They've managed to sustain. They've managed to keep up with EVA continue. And if this continues on, K9 might just be the lucky ones, but Normain, as he gets tagged up, hopping through with those bunny hops, the circle wasn't too kind to him as well.
EVC playing the battle of attrition. Damon had no med kit, but he decided to just do as much as he can before he gets knocked down. And K9, they run away from EVC, but they run straight into Black Angel, who at the same time was getting shot at by AKO Ultraman. So this is a shooting gallery, and AKO Ultraman reaps the reward. EVC perished to the blue zone. All four of them die, and BA only has X-Fix left. AKO Ultraman right now with 4 kills in the back, and you have WNX approaching from behind.
Yeah, terrible decision making coming through from EVA Continue, who clearly had the opportunity to find the circle earlier on, but they were so desperate to pick up those 4 kill points. They don't get those 4 kill points. AKO steals away a bunch of it, and on top of that, they get taken out in that 7th spot. So a little unfortunate for the EVA Continue squad. But continuing on with the raging AKO Ultraman. 9 kills in hand so far. They are the biggest winners at the moment in this lobby, Husky.
You wanted to see more kills, AJ?
Yeah.
Well, 9 kills. It's about to be more. We have plenty of more bodies for them to zip up in the body bag. And this Axo has confirmed the 10th for his team with that kill. And so far, AV Liger is also not having a good time because Legion is about to swarm this compound. Both teams are outside safe zone, and AV Ligers is closer.
AKO Ultraman, they didn't want to reveal exactly who their coach was, but clearly the guy is doing his job well, making sure the team focuses on their weak point. Like we said, finding that final circle for AKO isn't a tough job at all. Those placement points are easy, but the kills is where they have to improve, and they do exactly that. But now, Anubis firing on from their left-hand side. It is going to be AV Ligers, but they will get shut down as well, as Seika finds Pipanda, taking her out of the equation as well. Pan down on the ground. AKO focusing on Legion at the same time. Psycho, AV Ligers, they do manage to take them all out of the equation with the help of WNX as well.
And I think AKO Ultraman at least have 15 kills at this point. Wow, 14 kills. I just wiped out AV Ligers. And we're down to 3 teams. AKO Ultraman having the full squad still alive, and they just got a supply crate as well. Lady Luck could not have been more on their side any more than that.
Yeah. And now the 2 teams that they do take on, who's next? Kalasak PH, no disrespect to them, but against AKO Ultraman, who have been on their best play so far in the day. One of their best runs throughout the whole 4 days, I have to say. They look like they are the best ones to pick this victory up. But the last time I predicted who's next going down early, they sustained. They made it all the way towards that final circle. X-Roy down on the ground. No backup is going to be possible. He's just a little too far away. But if he does manage to drop, which he does, he will be picked right back up. And Hawkeye with that Groza did manage the knock, but nothing else apart from that. Hard to get now will be the point of contention as Insane gets taken out of the equation. Axel steals the kill, and AKO Ultraman still on fire, Husky.
And that's the 15th kill. We're hitting the bonus round for AKO Ultraman. Nothing that they do at this point will equate to a loss. Again, Axel, you take him down once, and now he's back up on that tower, baby. He's about to take out WNX. Basic is actually on there. He tries to rush Axel, hit on, and sure, we say Axel is the sniper god, but you try to fight it in the CQC, you better watch out, Basics. The glue wall providing so much cover for Axel, he decides, alright, I will leave. He gets knocked down as if break his legs. The rest of AKO Ultraman are still down there though, they can help him.
Yeah, Basic with the perfect charge. AC80 in hand right now. He takes the vantage point. He should be able to help the players of Who's Next survive this a little bit longer. Now, AKA, they do not have that bird's eye view, which Axel tried to play for all that while. So great placement coming through from the side of Basic. Yadop, on the other hand, finding two players, but no execution available as he cannot get past this wall. Hard to gets taken out of the equation. Two more teams left. Who's Next? Too fast down on the ground. Husky, they're doing it.
Yadop ambushes them with the sight, and now the final circle closes in. Who is going to get the win? Axel, very, very down low as Hawkeye slices through the members of AKO Ultraman. Lasco is still alive. Roy gets run over, and WNX finds redemption in this round 2.
And that was all from their positioning. Let's go picking up that MVP for sure. But the reason why Who's Next got this victory was all because of Basic. Taking Axel away from his bird's eye view was that winning factor for this final circle. Without that extra bit of information, AKO Ultraman kind of just got a little bit displaced in that final circle, Husky.
Yeah, you take away their sights.
Yeah.
You make them blind. If they can't see you, they can't fight with you. And once more, just like most Philippine teams, I love it. They give credit not only to their teammates, but to their life partners.
Absolutely, man. And, you know, obviously the one who sneaks right back up into the #1 spot through the kill points that they have managed to pick up would be AKO Ultraman. But a superb attempt to pull away as well as execution to pick up that booyah from Who's Next. But hopefully that final, the celebration cam does not give them any infraction points in the competition. You gotta behave. You gotta behave right after you win.
I don't think there is, right?
It
looks harmless.
I hope not.
It looks harmless to me, right? They're just showing their girlfriends who probably might be watching.
Okay, you didn't catch what I caught, man. But
anyway. I'm glad I didn't then. I hope nothing happens, and but I think that was a win that I think WNX definitely needs.
Yeah.
You make it, if no matter how strong the enemy is, if they are blind, can't see anything, you still end up becoming victorious. And of course the sight from Let's Go, right? Catching the members of AKO Ultraman as they were running out the tower. Everything perfectly done by WNX. And of course, this would not be perfect without our partners from Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters. They've been with us not just for Free Fire, but for other Snapdragon Pro Series titles as well. So they are a huge part of this journey, and we are just happy to have them alongside Monster Energy, allowing the commentators and the players to unleash the beast, and also the production team. These guys have been great. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming.
And if you guys want all of your up-to-date information about these competitions and the competitions of the future, make sure you jump into our Discord as well. Here's the link, and you will find all of our moderators from broadcast as well, assisting you with each and every single one of your questions all throughout the way.
With that being said, we are done with Group A versus Group B. So we're going to send Group A off to a short break and bring in Group C later on. And while that was happening, we would take a short break and we'll be back for more Free Fire action.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, it's better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Triple kill. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'm the word. Through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant to be. I keep my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them and only get better and focus on better. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'm a work. Through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
The action continues at the Snapdragon Pro Series Free Fire Open Finals Day 4. We have 4 more rounds left to go. And for some teams, they only have 2 more rounds left. My name is Husky, alongside the Mustachio AJ, bringing you guys all of the amazing action. So WNX got their first booyah.
Yes.
AKO Ultraman got their first booyah. And now we welcome Group C into the mix.
Absolutely, man. And, you know, the one thing that I feel like AKO could have done better in that final circle was absolutely nothing, right? Because they got outplayed by Who's Next. They did not expect one player to grab that top spot because Axel usually does not get challenged. He is the guy who's the bird at the very top of the tower, who gives that information back, brings out his AC-80, punishes everyone on the lower ground. But Who's Next stole that position away from them alongside the booyah as well, Husky.
Yeah, and I think WNX attacked the most vital point of AKO's plans, which is to take away their sights, right?
Yeah.
Without Axel on top of the tower, AKO Ultraman were forced to make more drastic moves. They ended up getting ambushed by Let's Go with his big sight, and that really made life really hard for AKO Ultraman, but nonetheless, I'm pretty sure they got a good round. Let's take a look at the numbers from that previous round. AKO Ultraman ended the round, I believe, with 16 kills, and there it is, 16 kills, and even though they are in second place, they still top the charts with 25 whopping points.
And this is right after we focused on the point of conversation as to how AKO Ultraman really has to step up their aggression on the battlefield, because sooner or later the other teams are going to be catching up. And here, even though they do not get the maximum number of placement points because of that aggression that they did manage to bring out, they snatch away that #1 spot. Who's Next? Kalahari PH in that second place with the booyah alongside 8 kills to their name. AV Ligers. Now this is the team that we anticipated rising up to the occasion today, and they're doing exactly that, Husky.
Still gonna take them a bit more because they have 2 more rounds left, and unfortunately these 2 rounds have to be close to perfect for AV Ligers for them to even have a chance to make top 12, because I think these 10 points might not be enough to even bump them slightly up the leaderboard. We'll have to check that out later on. But right now, it's AKO Ultraman. Sure, they might not have won the round, but they definitely have won the spotlight.
And you know, this team just became so much more dangerous, so much more scarier out there on the battlefield, not just with finding that final circle and that consistency that they bring to the competition, but also the firepower which very easily overcomes all of the aggression the opponents bring out. But since they have already had Axel displaced one time, I'm pretty sure the kind of adjustments that AKO Ultraman has been showing us that they're capable of bringing into the competition will once again be shown out there on the battlefield later on when we do see them in action.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the overall standings. AKO Ultraman breaking that 200 point benchmark, and now it's 209 points in first place. Again, extending the lead between them and Divine. But again, Divine have not played a single round yet up till now. So we'll see if Divine can make up for that number. Anxiety staying close in third place. Eva continues still in fourth. But once more, let's take a look at the 13th to 17th place. AV Ligers was able to move up a bit to 15th place. But now ORV Tyrants will be playing their first round, and the race for 12th place continues from here on.
Yeah, the only unfortunate thing here is AV Ligers, they haven't seen Ono Romeo in the competition playing for today just yet. So that's the only outlier. But against the other teams like Valhalla as well as Black Angel Maharlika, they are most definitely doing great in terms of catching up. They are 10 points away from that 12th spot, but because Ono Romeo has got the opportunity to run away now, they will obviously have to focus on that. But it doesn't mean that just because they've got that one booyah to their name, just because they have managed to find the top 12, they will be remaining in the top 12 run. Once again, anything can happen, and you guys, please make sure you share your predictions with us. Not only who's going to be making it through the top 12, but also who you think is going to bomb out on the final day. We only have 4 final rounds to decide this.
Ono Romeo, BA, and Valhalla all separated by 1 point. But the good thing is Ono Romeo have control of their own destiny, because unlike Black Angel, Maharlika, and Team Valhalla, Ono Romeo have 4 rounds left to go. And of course, they are contesting Orange Esports and Warsick PH, who are ahead of them. But I also want to congratulate Who's Next Kalahari Philippines for finally putting up a decent performance and breaking into that top 5. Now they're going to be able to at least put themselves in a more comfortable position. But again, the Group C is coming in, and we started off the second half of the group stage saying that Group C is the most balanced group out of all of it. And I think that still remains true.
It most definitely is. But the one shocking thing about the competition is how some of these top teams are struggling as well. You see teams like Hard to Get, you see teams even like Orange Esports not really finding their true strides in here, Aski.
And we will see if they will be able to do that later on. But right now, let's talk to your dope from Who's Next Kalahari Philippines. We'll hand it to our friends Hajiat and Abiyat.
I want to ask you one question. Actually 3 questions, but first question is, where you guys go? Where you guys going for the day 3? Where are you guys? Because day 1, day 2, you guys have a good performance. But day 3, we see that Who's Next have a problem with their performance on day 3. So what happened there?
I guess because of Hawkeye, he's our key player.
Yeah. So what happened to Hawkeye?
Hawkeye is our key player. Hawkeye do something yesterday, that's why he don't play.
Oh, he don't play yesterday.
Member dia, key player dia tak main.
Yeah. So
Hawkeye is our key player.
That's why day 3 you guys seems like not in the good performance because you don't have Hawkeye in the lineup lah. Okay. Alright, understand. Okay. So second question for you. You get a booyah today for the second game. Okay, so what is your target in the next 2 games for Who's Next?
Sir, what? Can you repeat?
What is your target after this?
What is our...
your target for the next game?
What?
What's up, me?
Your target, you know? Targets? What is
your target next game?
Our target.
Yeah, your target.
I guess we're going to target still on... We're still going to keep our game, our strategy still the same.
So is it Hawkeye will play today?
Yes.
Alright,
in the next game,
The
still
next game.
Hawkeye.
Alright. So, you have any question, Abi?
No, I'm driving.
Alright, so I think that's all for me. So good luck for who's next. Okay, after this next 2 game. Okay, see you when you get next
Sir,
week.
can I
Okay?
shout out?
Can.
Can.
Okay, you can say
Yeah.
something to your fans.
Um,
Okay, right.
I'm just going to shout out our team manager, Miss Moyi, and girlfriend of our teammates,
Yeah.
Zilt, and shout out daw kay Melon, sabi ni Hawkeye, and sa love ko. Shout out
Alright.
Okay.
So good luck for the next game. Who's
Thank you,
next?
sir.
Alright, see you later.
Wow, dia
Haji, wake up, Haji. Hawkeye played 2 matches.
And I have to say, man, no matter how many times we see these interview segments with the Filipinos, right? I just love how so very much in touch they are with each other in
Yes.
terms of it's not just a team, it's not just a group, but they are a family, you know.
Yes, it's a very corporate phrase, but for the Filipino teams, it actually rings true, right?
Yes.
We are a
Yes.
family. They
Yes.
resonate with each other, and this one thing I love, right? They are the teams that are very. They initiate, the celebration. They show their partners.
Yes.
They give props to each other.
Correct.
But for now, let's reintroduce the Group B teams they will be playing in round 3 and 4. Valhalla, Eva Coutinho, Who's Next, Kalahari Philippines, Legion Alpha, Black Angel, Maharlika, and GIX Project, who is not playing anymore.
Yeah, unfortunate because I guess they realized after day 1 that this competition is just a little bit too tough, man. I mean, it's not just them. Like we discussed, even some of the top flight teams are finding this particular competition to be a little too tough to dominate. But teams like GM Remy, on the other hand, they are still eyeing for that podium finish by the end of today. Ono Romeo, currently sitting down in the 12th spot, will be looking to run away from all of the rest who are eyeing for their position so that they can make it through to the grand finals. Orange Esports, the surprising outlier, one of the titans from the side of Malaysia, but this time round, they still seem to struggle on that right-hand side of the leaderboard. Wasik PH, Divine, as well as ORV Tyrants wrap up Group C, and you know exactly which is that Divine squad in this lineup. It's Divine themselves. Earlier on today, we did see them sit in that 2nd spot, and after 2 rounds, it doesn't seem like they have lost any bit of the momentum they had built even without playing.
Yep.
And this is their opportunity to continue pressuring AKO Ultraman. We did mention that AKO might just pay the high price for not focusing on those aggressive kill points, but from the previous matchup, we know that the Ultramen have woken up.
And AKO Ultraman, they do get a break right now, so I think Divine has 2 rounds
Correct.
to try to even out the scoreline.
Yeah.
And I think they have the best chance of even overtaking AKO Ultraman.
Yes.
But right now, it's Who's Next Kalahari Philippines under the microscope. Once more, we gotta reintroduce these guys. Twinkle, Let's Go, Basic, Hawkeye, and Yadope. Yadope did say that Hawkeye is their key player, and when Hawkeye wasn't around yesterday, they did take a hit in performance. But just now, we saw Hawkeye in the team, and we see that instant glow up for the team.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, they do function really, really well with their usual lineup, so hopefully they will be able to hit hard later on. But the Divine squad with Newbie, Mirol, Ajimbu, XMRD, Shurai S, as well as Zen OP. This is the lineup. Oh, sorry, I butchered Mr. D's name. I didn't see his face earlier on. This is the lineup that we have been anticipating all throughout before the competition started, and they have managed to prove themselves on the first 3 days of the group stages. But can they continue to step it up under the guidance of Mr. D, based on the adjustments that he has brought in from the previous competitions into the Snapdragon Pro Series? I feel like they're finally ready, Husky.
I think they are in a very, very good spot. If there's another team aside from AKO Ultraman that is consistent, I think Divine takes the cake. But of
Yes.
course, another Malaysian organization that stepped into Free Fire recently, Orange Esports, Jabat, Goku, Dekos, Russell, Paran, and Torm. Some of these players have been around for a extended period of time.
Yeah.
Call back to Do Easy.
Correct.
Think about teams like Freedom Rumble and
Yeah.
Fast QMY. These guys have been a part of them at some point in time. But if we want to look at Orange Esports, I think Russell and Dekos have been the key player.
Yeah.
And remember this rivalry that I wanted to give context to? Now is the best time to do it because Orange Esports somehow have picked a small fight with Warsick Philippines. I know this is a fight of 12 teams on the battlefield,
Yep.
but Orange Esports have a bone to pick with Warsick Philippines because apparently, according to Warsick Philippines, when one of the rounds Orange Esports took them out, they decided to blast their crates with their magazines. And ever since then, Warsick Philippines have been following them all around every single round to try and challenge them. And so far the score stands at 2-2. Orange won 2 of those fights, Warsick won 2 of them, and now we have 4 more rounds to settle the score.
You make your bet, you have to lie in it, and if you pick a fight like that out there on the Free Fire battlefield, you need to be ready for that retaliation, and Warsick most definitely will be bringing that fight. Now, I had a assumption in my head that maybe Orange Esports, knowing how talented their players are, maybe they're just trying to hide some of their strats, hide some of their skills, but sitting down the 11th spot, maybe it's just a little too presumptuous of me to think that they are hiding strats, because nobody wants to take that sort of a risk, Husky. They're so close to getting relegated.
Yeah, I think it's a very big possibility, right? And I want to hear what you guys think out there. Do you think that Orange Esports is hiding something, or any other opinions about the teams and just about the game itself? Use the hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series, and if you catch our attention, we will have it featured on the broadcast. But we talk a lot about predictions. Now, I want to switch that a bit. I want to go off tangent. Let us know, if you're watching on twitch.tv, which team, either Orange Esports or Warsick PH, who is going to come out on top in this 4 rounds in that 1-to-1 head-on fight. Because I am absolutely invested, especially Warsick PH, that really showed that they are not afraid to back down. In fact, in the first time they took down Orange Esports after that declaration, they also did some celebratory dances, and during the interview they say that Orange Esports did that to us, and this is why we do it. And I thought it's a one-off thing until I realized that they were following Orange Esports all around. So when we jump into Bermuda, the first thing we want to find out is if they are going with each other. But so far it seems like that is not the case. Orange Esports have been temporarily spared.
And Orange Esports picking a peak for themselves, and it will be Warsick just a little bit too far away from them, so that engagement is not going to be coming through anytime soon. But on the other hand, for the players of Ono Romeo, they have to be really careful, because here comes Eva Continue, the team that kind of bombed out in that final circle earlier on, as we witnessed. I believe they want to make strides for themselves to continue climbing up the leaderboard. And this is a team that has spent quite a solid amount of time reigning at the top, dominating the Free Fire lobbies, but in recent times they don't seem to be as aggressive out there on the battlefield. And I believe it is because the number of grenades that you can find in terms of loot out there in the battlefield has drastically reduced. So McRory just cannot play his usual self.
Yeah, I think that really was a big factor that dampened EVC's usual playstyle. Back then when they were playing under SAF, when they were dominating, they were unstoppable.
Yeah.
McRory just manhandles the entire squad.
Yes.
But of course, at the same time, all of these other teams have also stepped up their game, right?
Yeah.
Even though with the reduced utilities available, we still get insane plays like from Kanoho. Too fast yesterday.
Yes.
Got a team wipe with 1 grenade, and I think that was the best highlight. Was it yesterday or the day before? But these plays still happen. But for the side of EVC, I think they can still be content with where they are right now. I don't see them dropping out top 12 anytime soon. My eyes are now on Ono Romeo, are on Orange Esports, and Warsick Philippines, because these 3 teams are literally stacked with each other.
Absolutely, man. And, the credit for keeping the competition this hot in terms of teams rising and falling, that credit most definitely goes over to Garena Free Fire because of their adjustments to the meta. Because at one point, we saw players like Batman dominating the field as well. And when was the point where Batman kind of fell off the radar was when the double vectors came into play, the snipers got a heavy nerf, and Batman just turned out to be, I think he got a little depressed in that season because he just couldn't find his strides alongside Jay-Z. But it's things like that that keep the competition so exciting to watch.
Do you miss the Vector? Oh, say, if you have to pick, right? Vector Akimbo or double barrel shotgun?
Charge Buster. Neither one. Charge Buster is the legit gun to pick up right now in the game. But of course, you've got to have so much of mechanical skills. But to answer your question, so tough, man. I still say the double vectors, for sure. Because the double barrel shotgun, on the other hand, requires a little bit too much of accuracy. You miss one shot, then you get to pray to God because you will be sent directly to him. With the double vectors, you get to spray and pray.
But that's what makes it fun, right? You have to be more accurate with the shotgun.
Yeah. I guess it's more fun when you're playing a ranked match or against your your friends, but in a competition of this level, oh, it's so ruthless, man. You are not forgiven if you ever miss a single shot. And I think we did spot one of those instances earlier on as well. I think there was a close quarters combat between a shotgun and a sniper, and the player with the sniper actually managed to get that kill. I believe it was Axel. Insane stuff like that. You cannot make that mistake with a shotgun, even though close quarters combat, the shotgun obviously has got the advantage because of the amount of damage it pumps out.
Yeah. And this is also how you find out who is actually a madman. I know that Damon is one, because Damon just does not care.
Yeah.
He does not care who you are, what
Yeah.
you have. He will run at you with just 2 max, and he'll attempt to kill you with 2 shots.
And sometimes he does.
Sometimes he does.
Yeah.
It's a coin flip, you know. You cannot even get mad if if you die to him. Like that's the thing about this guy. Zen, on the other hand, has found Shakora, and
Yep.
Black Angel are not in a good spot, but that is off screen. Right now, our attention is on EVC. We talk so much about them,
Yeah.
and they're about to take on GM Remy.
And EVC, GM Remy, these players know each other really, really well. This battle or the rivalry between these two squads goes way back. Daemoon now caught out by Führer, but he will be able to duck right behind the wall. But look at Aguila managing to find the flanking position from that left-hand side. Has got the vehicle on him, and that motorcycle, the most used vehicle in the game of Free Fire out there on Battle today, is the perfect vehicle for him, or the perfect item for him to just use to get all of that extra bit of information. But he cannot play that too carelessly, because once that bike goes down, which I believe it has, it puts him in an unfortunate situation. He's just lucky he didn't get caught out in the open there.
Yeah, and he had a couple of health packs, right?
Yeah.
Like a fly circling around your head. You know, they were EVC trying to bring out the fly swatter, but of course GM Remy have a couple of tricks up their sleeves as well. We can see this pincer attack coming in from all fronts. They want to catch out the members of EVC, but EVC smells that and were able to actually regroup with one and another. So this makes the job of Aguila 10 times harder, because he is kind of stranded. And GM Remy, it doesn't feel like they want to commit to this.
Yeah, GM Remy. I think both teams are playing this extremely tactically,
Uh-oh.
but they have to kind of wrap things up real quick. BA, out of nowhere, they get caught out in the open. There is a raging team that catches up with the rest of them out there as well. And Eva continue. They have to make sure they wrap things up real quick before DVN drops by to say hello.
Chassis is probably the most unlucky player. He runs away from Divine straight into EVC. But that's good news, at least if you are GM Remy, because
Yeah.
Divine is now preoccupied by EVC's presence. Miro decides that it's not really worth it, right? This fight is a bit too far from them. They don't need to commit to this, and of course with the danger zone around, Divine definitely would not want to take that fight.
Absolutely not, man. And, just a little bit too open of a space. And with the compound held on by Eva continue, Divine makes the smartest decision to back away. McRory knocked down onto the ground, and it looks like the players of GM Remy want to catch them off guard. Who's next now? Taking on the fight against the players of ORV. And back from that glue wall, a quick shot by Hawkeye. The Mag 7 in his hands will be the perfect weapon to shut down the players who rage on.
Yeah, well, that was happening. I believe Yado already ran forward into the battle lines, into the ranks of ORV. This guy just makes the first move, and I think ORV were not prepared for this. Yado just running around with that glue wall. This guy has the movements of a acrobat, because they just cannot kill him. Yado still like brings out the sight. An absolute madman from the side of WNX, and of course it pays off. They take out ORV Tyrants, and the Dome still somehow makes it through all of that with his life.
And, the players of Who's Next most definitely were on point when they said Hawkeye is their star player, right? 3 kills in here already, and it was the positioning, it was the anticipation, holding the grounds behind that double glue wall that you see on your screen there moments ago, and that was the winning factor, awaiting the approach from the side of ORV, and that one player who overstepped his boundaries was instantly punished, and that's the kind of plays that makes the team of Who's Next so dangerous. Divine, on the other hand, losing Zen OP a little bit too early in this matchup. Let's see if or not they can deal with GM Remy, who have got that high ground advantage against them here, Husky.
They did pick up V2. So EVC did lost McRory early on to Ray Meow, the Wonder Child. Back then, VPH philosophy, he was the Superman for the team. And it resulted if EVC falling to Divine, and GM Remy were like, alright, we've lured in the big sharks, let's evacuate. They ended up trading 1-for-1. And while that was happening, owner Romeo was like, hey guys, where's my invitation? Shows up to the compound, and GM Remy was like, oh well, I guess no, it's their fight now.
I don't know if Ono Romeo got the memo, but this is not the kind of party you want to jump into uninvited. In fact, even if you were invited, the answer is no! I will not be joining this party because Ono Romeo now might just become toasted Romeos between these two power squads. Extra kill points for everyone. What is the probability of Ono Romeo getting out of this? That grenade being charged up already. Miro about to strike. Man flank tosses. Oh my lord, Miro butchers the toss. And that's just unfortunate. Not so divine. But he does have 2 more grenades to work with.
I know this will sound like a lame joke, but I bet
Oi!
the invitation that Ono Romeo received
One more.
was under the name of Juliet. It's a very lame joke, but I have to get it out of my system. Miro has
And
no
when
more
Juliet calls, Romeo has to come, man.
He has to. According to the script, he has to. And oh, here they come. And they did not know that Miro was there. And Miro gets out of it. And Ono Romeo ends up trading 2 for 1. Man flank. But they put it down Shura. But Miro, he just runs in.
Oh, Lord.
This guy, he goes berserk. Blasting through the ranks of Ono Romeo. And I think this is it. Betterlings hides behind the glue wall. And Ono Romeo walks into an absolute catfish of a trap. Divine gets 9 kills in total.
I told you, Ono Romeo, you should have declined that invitation. You should not have barged in to a spot you weren't really welcomed at. But of course, Divine very quickly changed their minds. They were like, Ono Romeo, if you want to drop by, why not? We will receive you with open arms and of course send you back to the lobby. GM on the other hand, Führer, Ramiel, 2 more players left alive and kicking. But who's next? Kalahari, PH have got the perfect opportunity to take them out of the equation, but they cannot give away their bottom side position just yet as Hawkeye is caught out in the open right behind Valhalla with the pressure as well. Ramiel gets knocked down onto the ground, all thanks to Let's Go, who's holding that right-hand side angle flank. And Hawkeye down onto the ground, taken out of the equation. GM strikes, and who's next in a lot of trouble now?
Mellow backstab Hawkeye, and that really resulted in his death. Valhalla, they were the one who kind of third-partied this one. Velasco is not done just yet. You might have lost Hawkeye, but you still have Let's Go with you. And they were able to pick off some stragglers from Legion Alpha. As the next circle closes in, we have 7 teams left. Divine sitting at the top with 9 points, 9 kills so far. And they are in a very, very good position. WNX, unfortunately, losing a bit more than they wanted to.
Yeah, and you know, we all expected Divine to catch up with AKO Ultraman, and they're already halfway there, man. 9 kills already, and perfectly aiming for that Booyah spot as well. Looking at their position out there on the map, it doesn't look like they are going to be disturbed by anyone except Legion in a couple of seconds. But looking at the position that Legion holds onto the leaderboard, I highly doubt they want to take a premature engagement before getting to that final zone. They obviously want to get that top 5 spot for themselves as well. And looking at 0 kills on their name clearly shows us the strategy, right? They do not want to engage in any battles all that too early, Husky.
You can say the same for Valhalla, right? They have 2 kills under the belt, but this is a very important round for them because this is their second last round before they surrender their fate to the other teams. And I think Valhalla, they are so close catching up to the 12th place, and with Ono Romeo eliminated early on by Divine, Valhalla gets a way better chance and at least cementing, put 1 foot through the door.
Yeah.
But again, Ono Romeo has 3 more rounds after this, so regardless of the situation, Ono Romeo have a bigger chance of kind of redeeming themselves. But Valhalla, thus far, is doing a decent job.
Absolutely, man. I do love the positioning by Divine here. Once again, they are going to be avoiding a majority of these engagements as they find that circle. DCOS now drops Invoker, and things are going to turn out to be a little bit crazier for Valhalla because they are trying to get into a better position, but those that hold on to the vantage point right above them is Divine. So potentially to pick up 4 kill points here off of the players of Valhalla, most definitely possible. Mr. D, he has got the AWM on it, and the kind of pressure that he can play with that sniper is just absolutely insane, Husky.
I want to see Orange versus Warsing, man. So Invoker got down twice, Too Slow got down once. Hopefully we get to see that soon. Of course, this is also pretty important for Divine.
Beautiful.
It's already at 9 points, and look at this one.
It's happening!
It's happening! There goes it down, come on! Switch over to Observers!
Observers, we gotta go!
We gotta go right now! Orange is fighting! Oh, there we go. So Warstic actually have no kills just yet. They did lose Invoker finally after getting down, I believe, 10,000 times. In fact, Orange Esports are the one coming out on top. Joey getting ambushed, runs out of ammunition. Orange just rush him, but Joey somehow still up. Parent sprays him down with the Vector Kimbo. And of course, Warstic Philippines are losing this fight left, right, and center. Tacular on the ground. Too Slow is out of this for sure. And Orange Esports wins this one.
Unfortunate for Warstic PH, but that just wasn't a great battle that they took on. They barely had enough cover. They had to depend on their glue walls as well as time turners. But as you saw, it finally caught up with them. And out of nowhere, Divine now getting involved in this battle. Parent will be able to drop Miro as well as Shura. And it looks like they will not be so Divine in this round. And we did highlight Orange Esports. We did ask exactly what is wrong with the team. And they are showing us, oh, you want us to step it up? We most definitely will be doing exactly that. And now Orange Esports, they are all out in the clear, but they need to make their way through to the next circle. Only 30 seconds to make their move in now, Husky.
You know what caused the Divine that skirmish, AJ? Miru hit himself with the grenade launcher. Right as Orange rushed towards him, he hit himself with the grenade launcher. He knocked himself down, and his chances are out.
GG,
Mr. D here for some pickoffs just to his last breath. Just have a couple of glue walls to work with. Jabat running straight towards him. Can Mr. D pull a miracle run? Decides to switch gun in front of Jabat, and that is not taken lightly by Orange Esports. So Divine is out, but they have 12 kills in the bag.
Remember the shotgun versus sniper story that we were talking about earlier? It happened again, but the difference here is it was an auto shotgun. You can miss a couple of shots. You can still recover.
Yeah, of course. So WNX has 2 more. I believe Legion Alpha has 2 more. Orange Esports having the most members. In fact, WNX, out of nowhere, they actually have 10 kills in the bag, so not too shabby considering all of the things that has been happening. Let's go. Let's have a couple of nades. It's a small standoff before I believe Orange Esports should be making the move now.
And this is one thing that I just really don't understand, right? Because that grenade just really helps you out in these final circles, but wasting it with zero information as to where your opponents are is something I will never be able to understand. Because Let's Go had a great opportunity, because if he just approached the situation a little bit and stayed patient, he would have been able to see the shots from Orange Esports. That grenade, the 2 that he wasted, could have made such a huge difference. Legion still surviving up to this point. Orange Esports right in front of them. And the problem here for Orange Esports is they're being sandwiched by 2 teams. Let's Go, brave enough because he's got the Mag 7. Charges it up. Time Turner pulled down. Let's Go doesn't get it. Has to force his own Time Turner as well as a double glue wall and recover his own HP. Pan down on the ground. Yarop as well as Let's Go on the side of WNX looking for their second booyah. Back to back is what they want to hit, Husky.
And Pan's gonna heal Mickey up with that utility. Well, Let's Go has 2 more glue walls left, but he has his supply crate to work with as your dope ambushes Decos.
Beauty.
So we're down to Legion Alpha, a team that we haven't seen much of, but this is their chance to get their first booyah. This circle closes in. Your dope and Mickey on the screen right now. Mickey actually gets flash, tanks and blues on the bait. Your dope straight into him, and Pan only has 29 health left, and it is just not enough. And WNX scores the second consecutive booyah of the day.
Yeah, back-to-back booyah is exactly what you want to be bringing to the table after a day of terrible performance. And who's next? Kalahari PH do exactly that. And, you know, it just seemed at one point that who's next were about to lose a little bit of that momentum, but like what they pointed out, with Hawkeye back there in the team, even though he gets taken down a little bit too early, he is still in the team chat. He is still able to influence the team as to what they do out there on the battlefield. Supreme performance as well as consistency shown here by the squad, Husky.
So is that winners camp approved? Okay.
Absolutely.
It looks pretty safe.
I mean, thankfully.
Thankfully.
Because the last thing that you want is to step it up, prove yourself, and then just to wash it all down the drain by, you know, just getting a little too cheeky on that winner's camp. Yeah. So, you know, you don't really want to throw those victories away.
You gotta wait until the competition
But it's a great
ends.
redemption, though.
It is a great redemption.
Yeah.
2 booyahs in a row. Last time we saw them, they are in 5th place. I think this could place them perhaps higher, right? And I think Hawkeye is the magic.
Yes.
Right, 3 rounds in a row. First round, they didn't get the booyah, but I believe they hit top 4.
Yes.
Round 2, booyah. Just now, the second booyah of this final day. And Hawkeye, probably is the magic that Yito has been talking about.
Absolutely, man. And you know, Hawkeye, not just in this competition, in competitions previously that we have shoutcasted, watched as well, he has always been that core team member of the squad. And it looks like, but it is quite surprising because I felt like, you know, each and every single member on the side of Who's Next, they do carry their own weight. But I guess Hawkeye just brings that something special that bonds all of their skills together well.
Yeah, and on top of that, it's just like how our partners bond us together on set. Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. It gives us a platform to shoutcast all these amazing games. And most importantly, it gives these players to showcase what they're capable of. But of course, we are also boosted by Monster Energy, allowing everyone to unleash the beast within them, commentary-wise, broadcast-wise, player gameplay-wise, everything under the sun. And it is all thanks to them. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming.
These community tournaments set up by Snapdragon Pro Series is for all of you. Yes, all of you audience as well. If you think that you have got what it takes to step it up to the plate and take the fight to some of these teams because you see some gaps in their communication as well as strategy, what are you waiting for? Join us. But first of all, join our Discord group first so that you know exactly when the next leg will be starting. And try it out, man. You never know. Even if you do not do awesomely well in your first attempt, and you take away 100 Sing dollars. I'm Malaysian. You give me 1 Sing dollar, I'll still take it, okay? Their currency is really good.
I have a couple of those in my wallet. We'll trade
Yes,
some
please.
later on. But while we make that transaction, we gotta do it behind the scenes.
Yes.
So we'll go for a break and we will come back for more Free Fire action.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
We're all locked and loaded for 3 more rounds of Free Fire at the Snapdragon Pro Series. Free Fire Open Finals. This is day number 4.
Yes.
The Billionaires coming up huge with their second consecutive Booyah, and they have one more round to make it a hat trick. My name is Husky, alongside me is the Mustachio AJ.
And, you know, the consistency that they bring through the competition is most definitely making them stand out quite a bit after yesterday, where we didn't really see them shine all that too much. That one difference maker, Hawkeye, when Yadop did mention it, I thought, how big of a difference can he be, right? Because yes, you've gotten that win already, but can you guys pull that off yet again? And it seems like the answer is absolutely yes. They did it, and against a totally different team, or sorry, a totally different group altogether, Husky.
And it's perfectly reflected in the standings, right?
Yes.
Who's next? Kalahari Philippines, for the round standings at least, getting themselves 223 points, so 11 kills in the Booyah. Divine following in from behind, and sure, they ended up in 4th place, but they did get the most kills, so 19 points is going to be the total score. Orange Esports ending up with 14, and Legion Alpha making it to 12 points. A rare sight for a team such as Legion Alpha.
Absolutely right, but of course we expected them to step it up on the final day, and they do exactly that. GM Remy, on the other hand, it looks like they're getting a little too comfortable, as they know for a fact they will be making it through to the grand finals, but they cannot afford to slack off. But the 3-way battle that we did witness early on in that matchup, I guess, was the one thing that did GM Remy's squad in. Team Valhalla sits down in the 6th place with 7 points, and on the right hand side we've got Black Angel, Maharlika, one of those teams that did get unfortunately caught in a 3-way battle as well. Wasik PH in that 8th spot. Eva continue down in the 9th position with only 2 points to their name, and I guess they continue to struggle in the competition to find the kind of stride that they used to bring into some of these matches.
Felt like in round 3 the well has ran a bit dry for Eva Continue,
Yeah.
but they have one more round, and hopefully this one, hopefully they can end it on a high note. But another 3-way fight on the leaderboard that we mentioned prior to this, to round 3, was Ono Romeo,
Yes.
Black Angel Maharlika, and Team Valhalla. And based off of all the points, I think that Ono Romeo got the shorter end of the stick.
Yes.
Only 2 points by the end of the round. But of course, we've seen this team before, but we gotta highlight them once more. Who's next? Kalahari Philippines. The name got longer, but the performance got better. 11 kills in that previous round.
And I really love the fact that AV Ligers have done enough in their past 2 matches to catch up with teams like Ono Romeo. And with Ono Romeo not really going out there and performing this time round, you gotta assume that AV Ligers are smiling year to year, right? Because they just got a little bit closer, although they're not putting any points there on the leaderboard. As long as Ono Romeo continues with a stride like this, AV Ligers might just be able to make it back through the finals. But once again, anything can happen. And that has just been match number 1 for Ono Romeo. 3 more to make those adjustments in. They're currently at the 14th spot and uncomfortably behind them since AV Ligers.
Ono Romeo gotta buckle up. Just again, they have more opportunities. They have 3 more rounds compared to Valhalla and Black Angel Maharlika, who only have 1 more round to work with. But it does not mean that Ono Romeo can slack, right? They only got 2 points in that first round, and you can, and no matter what people say about them having more chances, you gotta make use of every one of them. But of course, we also gotta look at Divine, who managed to rake in, I believe, 20 plus points. So it puts them slightly closer to AKO Ultraman, but the gap is still pretty substantial. Who's next? Kalahari Philippines, though. They made it back to top 3.
Oh yeah, beautiful, man. In terms of who's next, slowly climbing up the leaderboard, we are pretty sure they can continue doing that now once they have found their stride with the assistance of Hawkeye. Anxiety, giving everybody else an anxiety, especially their sponsors, because they sit down in the 4th spot and they seem to struggle just a little bit when it comes to the engagements out there on the battlefield on the final day of the group stages. Eva continue to, I guess, wonder exactly where all of that firepower has gone. McRory isn't able to hit those nades, but they are surviving mainly based on their final circle plays, focusing on the survivability of the squad rather than those engagements that they find out there on the battlefield.
And I want to quickly, zone in on Legion Alpha, right? If we look at the first half of the leaderboard, the top 9, Legion Alpha has the 4th most placement points, but they have the 2nd least kills. I think we're seeing a pattern right there. The kills are not really coming through for Legion Alpha, and the placement points is what's holding them in top 9. Not to say it's a bad thing, but we kind of can see a very clear distinction of what Legion Alpha is struggling with, right?
Yes.
It's the gunfights. But if they are in the top 12, I think that's what they're happy with, considering that they made it pretty close in that previous round.
Yeah, you're a little unfortunate if the part where you struggle is when it comes to the mechanical capability of your squad to engage on the battlefield, because trying your best to survive to that final circle to a certain degree is a little bit easier. But when it comes to those one-on-one battles, that squad versus squad battles, if you cannot sustain out there on the battlefield, no matter what, at the grand finals, your squad will go ahead to struggle. But the thing that confuses me is, where does Orange Esports sit in all of this? Because once again, we know those players, we've seen their performance in the past, and it just doesn't seem to kind of show or reflect on the leaderboard at the moment, Husky.
Yep, they have 3 more rounds to prove that.
Yes.
But for now, we gotta again listen to your dope from Who's Next Kalahari Philippines, and we'll hand it over to Hajiat and Abiyak to conduct the interview for us.
You guys can get a booyah.
We just strengthen ourselves and we just pray that we can still manage to get the booyah. And we just, because of our second command, which is basic, he shot call, we can go to the under the what do you call that, under the bridge in the Capital Stiwa.
Alright.
That's why.
That's why you guys manage lah. So that is a great move, because I see, because you guys only left 2, then the teams at the end of the circle, many teams are waiting for you guys, but you guys can manage to to vanish every team in front of you guys and then get a booyah. So that's a good from our spectator. And then the second question. Alright, second question. So last game for you guys. So what you guys target for the last game after this?
Yeah.
I guess we're going to get some kills, so for our points, because our points is still a bit low.
Yeah.
We're targeting on second place, I guess.
Okay, you target for the second place. Okay, I can see that. Alright, so last question. Okay, what is why you guys always to find Orange Esports team at Observatory?
Why you always?
I don't know. We just.
Why is you hunting?
I guess because they're in there.
Because you guys rotation, right? Because of you guys rotation.
In our rotation, yes sir.
Alright, so I thought
I
you
guess
guys
that's
have something.
I thought drama.
So it's okay. Just a funny question for you guys. So okay, so that's all from us. Okay, and good luck for the last game for you guys. Hope you guys can manage to
Thank you, sir.
To be at the top 2. Right? So good luck. Again, please.
Yeah. I just want to shout out Kathleen Murphy Pinas. Hi. And Max Payne Villas, jowa ni Basic. Kaya pati kay Moy, yung sa team manager namin, para sa'yo ulit tong buyan na to.
Yeah, so a lot of fan, huh? You, okay, good. Okay.
Sa mga na nagsumusuport sa amin, thank you.
Alright, so thank you, Yadop. So see you, maybe next game you
Thanks,
you
sir.
guys will get Booyah. So see you. Alright.
Bye.
I wanna see Who's Next Kalahari PH win more rounds, just so that we can give Yadop the opportunity to give more of these shoutouts.
Yeah,
He's so cute when he does
Yeah,
it.
one more round.
One more round.
I
right?
feel like if we did
He'll
this
take it.
earlier, if they got more booyahs earlier, he would have shouted out the whole the whole Philippines or something. But right, the whole village, like his whole family,
And
which is a good thing.
It's definitely a good thing. I mean, it just shows the fire, the spirit in all of these players to go out there and grab the podium. But once they do, they don't shine that spotlight on themselves, but on all of the people that help them get to the position where they are today. And that's what is amazing about all of these players, right? I absolutely love it.
I also love that our friends, our buddies ask, why do you guys always run into Orange Esports, right?
It's unfortunate, I guess.
Here's the thing, I thought it's between Orange and Warsaw Philippines, but I guess if you anger, the region, you attract everyone else.
Yep.
And now it's not just between them and Warsaw Philippines,
Yep.
it's between them and Warsaw Philippines and WNS and EVC and every other
Pretty
team.
much against the whole of Philippines.
Good job,
luck,
Orange.
Good luck.
Very good job.
I say good luck. Because clearly they're not really doing a great job taking those fights, but anything can change. They are still in the top 12. Yeah, still in the top 12 to survive in the competition. But let us know your thoughts. We are dying to know exactly what you're thinking in that head. So throw it out in the comment section. Share it out onto your socials with the hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series. And you might just get a chance to see your comment live on broadcast later on.
And if you have any predictions you want to make, whether who is the next team that will run into Orange Esports at Kalahari, drop it in the Twitch chat down below. Or if you just want to be a more basic audience, just let us know who you think is going to win or who you think is going to drop out of top 12 at the end of this, because the race into 12th place is still very much tight.
Absolutely, man. And, you know, it's something that we did anticipate, but the teams that we thought we would see kind of do really, really well in the competition aren't really that powerful, right? Because of the meta changes, because of how much the other squads have stepped up their own gameplay. I mean, even for example, AKO Ultraman, they were not the top flight team in Malaysia. They were one of the best ones. We saw some dark days, but with their readjustments, they've just become the supreme squad at the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, and AKO Ultraman sits on top of the throne for now for one more round before they have to come back. We jump into Kalahari for the final round between Group B and Group C, and the final round for the teams in Group B. Again, we have 11 teams because GIX Project is no longer with us. Let's see what the hot drop is, because it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
In fact, Warstick and Orange dropped at Shrines, I believe 2 times in a row yesterday. But Warstick is trying to pick a fight with Ono Romeo on the other side, because they're like, yeah, we're not going to deal with Orange, we will deal with Ono Romeo so that they don't get back in the top 12. I don't know if it's intentional, but sick move there, Warstick.
One more round for Divine to catch up with AKO Ultraman, and for D to continue proving himself before the two teams get to face off against each other in the final 2 matchup of the day. But Ono Romeo, they find Warsick, and unfortunately it will be Ono Romeo that gives the lobby the first blood. Imran now, shots from up top. My lord, he drops down to his own knock, but he will be picked up in a moment's notice. He does have a little bit of a backup there, but man flanked now on the side of Ono, does have that bird's eye view, but nothing to make out of it. And Joey just ever so slowly cutting down the distance, wanting to get close enough before he can use that SMG.
Yeah, Ono Romeo really wants to get out of Oldhampton, but there's only one way out, and that is through Warsick Philippines, right? And Warsick Philippines kind of picking the right fight. They are trying to ruin Ono Romeo's chances and also get a couple of points for themselves. And remember, right, Ono Romeo, sure, they have a couple more rounds to work with compared to their opponents, but if they get knocked out right now, things will become really bad. And somehow Evoker survives for longer than he should, and Ono Romeo is out, and they get nothing in return. This round never happened for them.
Absolutely, man. And Invoker, that was a great approach with the Mag 7. He knew he had the advantage there, and the timing of that approach was just absolutely perfect. Even though Warsick did have 2 players on their side, they just didn't have enough time to respond. A great knock coming through, but when Invoker got taken down, that's exactly where we see the rest of his team members step up to the play as well. So good on Ono Romeo for managing to deal with that situation. I guess the best they could, but hopefully we see a little bit more out of the other teams in here, especially Divine, who are desperately trying to catch up with AKO Ultraman on the leaderboard before they meet them on the battlefield.
Yeah, Miro is a Spider-Man. You just can catch him. Mendeko is on his tail, but so far, no luck just yet. I mean, we see Tacular from Warsick did get taken down. Miro, third attempt, this time doesn't work out. And of course, Dekos shoots him down mid-air, free pickoff for Orange Esports.
Probably should have been a little bit more patient there, but if you are at Kalahari, the one thing you really want to be looking out for during your looting progress is that little grappling hook, man. It really helps you out with the mobility, but I guess against these ultimate players out there on the battlefield who have got the perfect mechanical capability to shoot you out of the air, I guess the grappling hook won't really be doing you much of a favor here, Husky.
It has its limitations.
Yeah.
Use it enough, if you... It looks flashy, but you still can be shot down. I think Divine learned that the hard way. EVC, meantime, have Invokers around it, and for some reason he's on that island on his own. So, yeah, this is probably the end for Invoker, flushed out by the ice grenade. Warsick Philippines off to a great start, but they are also in for a quick trip back to the lobby.
For Eva continue, this might be an easy fight to take on, but I guess they can't get a little complacent with their battle. Too Slow has been allowed to back away from Hampton. It looks like none of the other players on the side of Eva Continue have got information on his position, and therefore the guy can continue to run on in looking for the placement points for himself. Divine, on the other hand, with Mirol out of the equation already, will be aiming, gunning for Orange Esports next. And Orange Esports, they've got quite a great compound to work with here. Each and every single player have got their defensive positions locked down. And Jabbar, on the other hand, just as I was saying, that allows the players of Divine to just tag him up just a little bit, but manages to play the compound to his advantage and finds a little bit of extra cover.
Yeah, and on the topic of Divine, I just noticed that Mr. D isn't playing today, so we get a slightly different dynamic for Divine. And we've been emphasizing, Mr. D, he is the core, he's the soul of the team. Like, he's a leader that even though if he gets knocked out early on, he still is able to steer the team in the right direction. I wonder now, with the absence of that leadership, how is Divine going to manage, manage those late game moves? From game one, it seems like they have it all planned out, right?
I think they'll still struggle, Aski, because, from the information we've got from past competitions, when Mr. D just doesn't perform, the team unfortunately just bombs out. There's just no if, buts, or maybes about it. Just like how Hawkeye is to the players of Who's Next, that's exactly who Mr. D is to the squad of Divine. But hopefully they will be able to catch up with AKO before it's a little bit too late. The extra bit of pocket money, I know, will put a bigger smile on their faces. But Too Slow is taking it extremely slow, because as he tries to get in towards the next compound, into the next circle, I have to say, he needs to wait for the players of GM Remy to back away first, and they do exactly that, and that's the opening that Too Slow needs.
We see a couple of scuffles, BA in the battle, GM Remy as well. ORV finds himself in the middle of the entire compound. Through all of that, Warsick Philippines is still in the game, but look at the center of the map. We have 4 different teams already. Well, if you include Orange Esports, there's 5. A very populated area. Contrary to match number 2, where Refinery is completely ignored, this time everyone wants to go for that area.
And that's the kind of circle I definitely hate, right? Because Refinery, if you've got just so much of chaos just breaking down at that spot, whoever who takes the top side of those platforms will be the biggest losers of the day, especially if they do not have any of those grappling hooks on them. And it might just be the team of ORV that gets caught in a position like that, but they do have the zip line to work away from all of these other squads here. Timing is going to be key, though, as to when they decide to disengage from this compound.
And ORV is the second team aside from Anxiety that loves Refinery. And in fact, we saw Anxiety making those changes, but ORV sticks to their guns, sticking to Refinery. And we see the danger zone form around the members of Legion, but it's not going to affect them too much. Where they are, I believe that's the command post, so you have plenty of cover to work around. And GM Remy has already infiltrated that Refinery area.
You're alongside him as well, but ORV, they continue running around and they want to waste as much time as possible waiting for the next circle. Legion isn't going to be too pleased as the danger zone finds them. Fura up top, and as anticipated, GM Remy is the squad that will be taking the high platforms. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is where a lot of mistakes are made. When you do not leave that platform early enough, you later on get gate capped by everybody who's on that lower ground. Who's next? On the other hand, they take an engagement against the Divine squad, and they have got 4 players back-to-back. Hawkeye leading the charge now with an opportunity. Has got the bat in hand. Xenop right opposite him behind the glue wall. Neither player catching each other off just yet, but Zen repositions. Yadop from up top. Who's next now? Trying to pressure him, but Shura, as he takes those shots, Yadop pulls out the time turner, and he will survive for a little bit longer. Who's next? Goes in for the shutdown. Shura will be caught out, but Let's Go is just taking a little bit too much of risk here, Husky.
Yeah, and let's see if Let's Go can kind of salvage this. And making it easy. And we never doubted them from the get-go. I mean, Hawkeye letting the finishing blow. 3 points for WNX. And the sub is now open for business. But for WNX, they have done enough. And now they set the sights further into the circle. We see that UAV being sent out early on. Legion is actually still hunkering down on where they were, but it seems like they moved out of command post for a bit. So Orange Esports also taking fire, a very populated area around the Refinery. Valhalla also shows up.
So I guess that kind of confirms the theory of how Divine performs without the presence of Mr. D, which is a little unfortunate, which is the exact same statement that I would give for Who's Next as well. You cannot afford to have your team, not really perform all that too well with just the loss of a single player, because anything can happen which will disrupt your lineup at any given time of the day, right? So if you really will be losing that much of momentum by just losing a single player from the squad, you really need to rethink some of your approaches to that matchup. For example, if you really cannot hang with the best in those gunfights, avoid those gunfights at any given cost. I mean, this is day number 4 of the group stages. By this time, a lot of those teams have already revealed their drop spots as well as rotations in towards the final circle. So a little bit of homework goes quite the long way, Husky.
EVC thus far is playing a particularly safe, playstyle, full team alive coming in from the western side. But I want to see where the circle, closes to next. Most likely away from Refinery, which has been overrun by members of GM Remy. We see War 6 Philippines too slow showing up to the area. This is very dangerous because War 6 run might end prematurely if they get spotted out. And of course, this circle completely favoring Valhalla, who are right smack in the middle.
And GM Remy just getting a little lucky here, because all of those players who were right under the Refinery platform earlier on have managed to move away. And I say lucky because that circle seems to be moving away from Refinery as well. And that's the kind of condition that usually ends the run for any of those teams holding on to that top platform. When they move away, when they try to look for that circle a little bit too late, and that's when all chaos starts to ensue. And speaking of chaos, here comes the team of EVA Continue as they approach the compound of Orange Esports. Orange Esports spots those players out already, but Forbits has got eye on them as well. He takes the right-hand side flanking position. They're all eyeing for that airdrop there, and that crate is going to be picked up ever little bit as Daemoon now makes a very, very unhealthy approach to this situation. Almost getting caught out, has got the double vectors in hand, sprays down a player, grenade response comes through, but the time turner saves Daemoon, but he doesn't skip a beat. He moves on in and he continues keeping that pressure up high against the other players from Orange Esports.
And Goku is now going to hold the spot in the corner as Daemon tries to look for a flank, but we know that Daemon is Rambo Incarnation. Forbis giving support from long range, and Dakos gets a couple of shots in, but no finisher coming through just yet for the side of Orange Esports, and Dakos pays with his life. Toxic tries to go in for a kill. Goku wants to rescue him. They in the time turner, and Toxic gets run down. Goku is a savior for Orange, but McRory puts that to a stop, and he is the stronger member. EVC stays alive.
Orange Esports, they had the defensive compound. Orange Esports had the information first and foremost. Orange Esports saw the players of EVA Continue rushing towards them, but there was absolutely nothing they could do with all of that information, which I guess can answer the initial question that I had. Is Orange Esports faking their ability out there on the battlefield? Are they just waiting for the grand finals? I don't think so. This team has certainly dropped in terms of their pressure out there on the battlefield, which they need to sort out before it's a little too late. ORV, high ground on top of the platform, similar to the players of GM Remy as well. Not the best of spots to hold on to for a little bit too long. But EVA Continue with all of their very aggressive approaches so far to those airdrops seems to be paying off now. They are most definitely ready for the final battle, Husky.
Because of Glory and being able to take control of this area does give them so much more room to work with. Unfortunately, they can only hold on for so long, and that's why they want to pick up stragglers as best as they can, and those members are from Black Angel. And Black Angel actually have not much angles to work with. They gotta go up north straight, or else they would run into WNX. So their hands are pretty much tied.
Oh my lord!
But yeah, though, just makes it even harder because Shakur has been picked off, and WNX just crushes the dreams of Black Angel, and EVC now makes their move into the safe zone.
Oh, that headshot on that snipe was just a little too sweet, a little too good. Black Angels obviously didn't see that coming. It was a one-hit delete coming through from the one and only Yado. GM Remy, on the other hand, sacrificing the players of ORV to pick up all of their kill points, but Jam Jampong strikes right back, but they do not find the kill. Why? Because GM Remy and squad holding on to the high ground advantage. They have the ability to disengage and pick their team members right back up. Basic gets laid out onto the ground. Let's go now. He has got the opportunity to support his team member, but they need to do it right now. Inside of the time turner, he goes in for that pickup. Grenade will finish Basic off, and Legion now will have to deal with a wrath of Let's Go. First grenade comes through for the delivery, but the time turner gets pulled out, and therefore they do not find the finisher. Legion still standing. Hawkeye steps on in. Double barrel shotgun. He does not miss the second shot, but a little bit of backup from Let's Go makes that a little bit easier.
And Hawkeye is still looking for a point of entry, and even though they lost Basic, remember, as long as Hawkeye is alive, WNX will never be out of the game. In fact, Legion, they're cowering in this compound. You hear all these footsteps left, right, and center, but there's not much places for them to go unless they play with the blue zone and try to force WNX into a tight spot. But it seems like that might just be the case because WNX became preoccupied with Warsick Philippines on the top of the hill. I mean, Tuslo has revealed himself. So this might be a three-way fight, and maybe Legion can take advantage of this.
But Husky, the question here is, do you think Usnex can pull off the unthinkable 3 back-to-back booyahs? Because they are absolutely primed for it. But Eva Continue, of course, holding the bird's eye view advantage over them, will be able to play a little bit of pressure. And of course, that little bit of distraction gives Legion an opening as well. But they've barricaded themselves inside of that building already with all of the glue walls. So Legion misses out on that perfect opportunity. Mello eliminated, a little unfortunate with the way that broke down. Too slow, a little slow to take advantage as well. But Eva Continue, it's all about the positioning. Goes in for the shutdown. Double vectors play by Daymoon. Beautiful glue wall, but has to deal with the time turner. Yadop repositions. Rory sorts it out with the Groza backup.
And WNX are down to Hawkeye, the star, the core, the star of the team, and Hawkeye does not do any wrong. And he survives carrying the flag of WNX. But it was cut short. EVC Forbis stops that from being bringing the storyline. Because EVC wants to write their own. This is the last round, and WNX shall not take that away from them.
Yeah, and Yadup's not going to be giving out any more shout-outs already. That's the final opportunity. GM Remy, they still have got a little bit of grounds to work with here. Aguila has got the Mag 7, but needs to wait for the rest of players from the side of Eva Continue to cut their distance and step on up to ask some big questions. Jampong down at the bottom. Daymoon makes quick work of him. ORV has got Hades step right in front. Aguila! Beautiful headshot with the Mag 7. Sorts him out. We've got 2 more teams left in here, and GM Remy, they've got that bird's eye view. They've got that vantage point on their side, but a little bit too far, the players of EVC, and the grenade launcher in the hands of Forbits can change things all around, and GM Remy might be in a lot of trouble here.
I saw Damon going for the flank, but I actually spotted him out and they forced him off the cliff, and he now fell to his death, and that means it's good news for GM Remy. Fura in a fight against Forbit, who's going to take this though. Ritu has his back turned, Forbit running away, but Ritu is going to be there. GM Fura tries to go for the run, and Forbit somehow still stays alive. A close match, and Forbit gets knocked, but Rory is still around, and can he save this round for himself as Aguila takes the fight, but Rory has the health advantage, but his back is exposed, runs into time turner, into the blue zone. They're all tanking damage, and Aguila stays alive. But Rory could not do anything, and GM Remy snuck this round away.
Unfortunate as the player from the side of Eva Continue fell off the very corner of the ledge, and the grenade launcher that was on the side of Eva Continue just could not take advantage of that final circle chaos as well. Running out of the circle clearly proved to be the worst move that could have been executed by McRory in that situation, and GM Remy, they take advantage. It's all about the positioning play from the start all the way to the end, just maintaining the highest ground possible that they could conquer and command, and with that extra bit of information, Husky, they grab a booyah for themselves.
And Damon, like the madman he was, and he is, almost won that round.
Close.
For EVC. That flank was the best that he could have done, but unfortunately GM Remy's spidey senses were a bit too sharp and they pushed him off the cliff. But you gotta go, you know, someone has to win, and GM Remy was the one who managed to stood tall until the very end.
Absolutely. Standing tall, no pun intended, because every single high ground they could find for themselves, they snatched it, right? And I don't think it is to the exact same reasoning as to what we found out earlier. Why did you take the high ground? Because it was available. It was all-out strategy from the start. And, you know, playing that on a map like Kalahari is just so important, Husky.
Yeah, Kalahari is always a map that I think tests your fundamentals, right? It's about how you rotate, how you make those decisions, and how you work with limited cover available, especially when you utilize those terrain.
Yeah.
And there are teams that perform amazing on Bermuda, but they just get Kalahari when they drop onto the map.
Correct.
And of course, in this case, Gen Remy show that they are still masters of the desert, masters of the barren lands, and this is all made possible by our partners from the side of Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters. And these guys have been with us for multiple titles, and we're just glad to have them on for this journey. But of course, aside from that, we also have Monster Energy that give us this boost, give the players the chance to unleash the beast within them. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming.
And if you want the opportunity to perform at a stage like this, have your own shot at the prize pool, have us scream out your names, as well as enjoy all of your interview segments as you win a couple of booyahs for yourself, make sure you hop into our Discord, because that's exactly where you will be able to get all of the juicy details for the upcoming competitions of the future. Not just for Free Fire, we've got multiple titles under the Snapdragon Pro Series, and we hope to see all of you there.
Yep, take the first step, take the plunge. We'll see you on the battlefield and on the broadcast, and we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we introduce Group A back into the fray as Group B's fate lies in their hands, and we'll see you after this break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Say, oh, tell me who you see when you look straight up like, oh, touchdown. What you gonna do when we pull up on you like, oh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Oh, shut down. Say, oh, shut down. Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, oh, us now. What you gonna do when we pull up on you like, oh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Oh, shut down. Oh, shut down.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Free Fire Open Finals. It's the last day, and we only have 2 more rounds left to go. Group B is done, but Group A and Group C still has some scores to settle. Just like me and the Mustachio AJ, we do not have scores to settle, but we have scores to settle with the matches.
Absolutely, and I cannot wait to see exactly what happens when the Ultraman squad goes up against Divine, right? We've seen them fight in their own separate battles, trying to catch up to, I guess, Divine is the only one playing catch up as AKO tries to run away from them. But now, in the exact same lobby, how will they affect each other? Will they meet in that final circle? Will they decide who grabs that #1 spot? Because at the moment, AKO Ultraman have truly managed to set themselves apart in the competition.
In 4 days, and not even the end of the 4 days, they already have 200 points. That's
Yeah.
a big statement from them. Let's take a look at the round standings from the previous match. EVA continue. That was their last round, and they bagged 22 points despite not having the Booyah, followed by GM Remy with 20. The WNX also played the last round. They only managed to walk away with 14 points. ORV Tyrants having a great game, getting 10 points for themselves, and they are one of the teams who wants to make it into top 12.
Yep.
Ono Romeo didn't get to play that round.
Yeah, a little unfortunate for Ono Romeo with what they got stuck in, but you know, my focus is on Divine because we talked about how it is important for them to obviously catch up with the players of AKO Ultraman as much as possible before they do go head-to-head in the final 2 battles, in the final 2 lobbies, but it just didn't seem to happen in the previous round. A single point most definitely would be disappointing to the squad, but Black Angel Maharlika with just 3 points in here, they are not going to be too pleased as well. But obviously for the team that has got the MVP slot is EVA Continue with a massive 4,874 damage through 13 kills.
Yeah, 17 and 15 seconds. Pretty standard time for Kalahari,
Yeah.
but of course EVA Continue have finished all of their games. They are most likely locked in for top 12, so early congratulations to them.
Yep.
But now the one thing that can be affected is where they stand in the leaderboard by the end of the evening, because it does directly affect the prize pool that they walk away with by the end of the group stage.
Yep.
But it all lies in the hands of teams from Group A and Group C. For now, EVA Continue, sit back, relax, watch the show. Probably feel a bit nervous about the money that they are running away with. Nonetheless, qualifying for the grand finals is always more important at this point of time.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously you want the prestige, but also the slices of pie that you get at the grand finals, a little bit more enticing than the group stages. But either way, you know how Free Fire works. You know exactly how the format works. Everybody gets a little bit of something, except Gigs Project. I don't know if they can get anything as they dropped out a little too early. But let's take a look here. AKO Ultraman 209 points up top, and Divine kind of bombing out in the previous round. They allow Ultraman to remain with their dominant presence at that #1 spot. But who's next? Kalahari PH with their final attempt. All they could do was catch up and put themselves 2 points behind Divine, but that is the final round already, so they might just be a little bit nervous for any teams that might be able to catch up with them. But I guess the blessing in disguise here is even EVA Continue doesn't get to play anymore, so I guess they are not going to be replacing them anytime soon.
Well, GM Remy, Anxiety have a chance to catch up, but it's going to take a bit of effort.
Yeah.
And that's kind of like the front runner, right? The big boy league. But let's take a look at the kind of the secondary league happening. Race for 12 place. I know I'm going to sound like a broken record, but I think we have been set up to a very great run, a very great competition.
Yeah.
because Honor Romeo didn't really get to play too much in this first 2 rounds, right?
Yeah.
And now you look at the standings, 93 points for Team Valhalla, 92 for Black Angel Maharlika. Honor Romeo, because they didn't really get to play in the previous round, it felt like we're back to square one. Every single team has a chance to make it into 12th place. Honor Romeo can easily overtake Team Valhalla, but who's to say that ORB Tyrants can't do the same?
Yeah, and who's to say that Hard to Get in Orange Esports might not get pushed down and eliminated before we even get to the grand finals, right? Because, I mean, look at where Valhalla stands, look at Orange Esports. One solid booyah coming through from either Black Angel or Team Valhalla can make the difference. But I guess the problem here is neither team has managed to prove themselves in that final circle just yet. Honor Romeo, although they did, brings absolutely no consistency to the competition. AV Ligers have proven that picking up booyahs means absolutely nothing if you cannot keep up your consistency in the competition, because even though they've got 2 to their name, they 6 down in the second last spot on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and this is going to be tough for AV Ligers. They still have 2 more rounds. Again, the competition is still pretty much open. But this is the 2 most crucial rounds for AV Ligers and any team who wants to get into top 12. I mean, Valhalla, they might think that they are safe right now, but their destiny is out of their control. I think that is the scariest spot to be in. Hard to get. Orange Esports, they are close to 12th place, but at least there is this big gap in between. So I think if you are Orange Esports, if you are Warsick Philippines, you should feel a bit more comfortable unless the teams like Honor Romeo or RV Tyrants pull out a miracle run.
Yeah, and I think a miracle might just be possible, because when push comes to shove, when your backs are up against the wall, you bring out exactly that, a miracle play. And in a battle royale where so many things can go wrong, if you play your cards right, you can make everything go right for yourself. But of course, just focusing on the final circle, focusing on the placement points alone is not gonna, serve up teams like ORB Tyrants all that too much, because we clearly see they are quite proficient at picking up those placement points, but where they struggle is when it comes to the engagement. So if they get caught out in their rotations, moving towards the circle, that's it, done deal, goodbye Tyrants.
Yeah, 18 kills. Only 18 kills out of my maths is all over the place. Out of 10 rounds that they played, well, no, 14 rounds that they have played, and they have 64 placement points. So again, it's that polarizing numbers on the side of ORB Tyrants. We can say the same for Black Angel, Maharlika, and Team Valhalla, but at least that their numbers are set in stone at this point of time. So ORB Tyrants will be kind of the next team under the limelight alongside Honor Romeo.
Yeah.
And if Honor Romeo gets another bad round, then I think their chances of making it into top 12 becomes significantly less.
Yeah, but the possibility of bombing out definitely is there, like what we saw in the previous round. But Honor Romeo also has proven to us that they can take some of these engagements and rise up to the top as the contest winner in some of these fights. But hopefully that is the situation in the next matchup. But a hot drop is one they cannot afford, Husky.
Oh yeah, I think in the previous round, Warsick Philippines decided to hunt them down, to wipe them out. And I thought Warsick Philippines wanted Orange's hit, but it seems like they wanted to bully Honor Romeo, and that is kind of a worrying trend as well, right? You never know who Warsick PH is going to go after, and hopefully when the next round starts, Honor Romeo will not be in that predicament, and if they are, God forbid that they get knocked out.
And I guess that's the rule of gameplay here, right? Especially when you have a competition like Free Fire, where teams usually get comfortable at their very specific drop spots. Gunning for a certain squad gets a little bit more easier.
Yeah, you roll the dice. If you're confident enough, you farm for 3 points. But let's introduce Group A back into the competition. This is the last 2 rounds. We have AV Ligers, K9 Esports, Hard to Get, Anxiety, AKO Ultraman, and No Escape Revolt. And 2 out of these 6 teams are fighting for their spot in the top 12. AV Liger a bit closer to the spot, but No Escape Revolt still has chance. They just need to do a bit more of a push compared to AV Ligers.
You're a very kind man to say a bit, because I think they need to do so much, right, to be able to not just catch up with AV Ligers, but to also make a breakthrough to the top 12. But on the other side, in Group C, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, one of the most balanced groups out here in the competition. GM Remy, Honor Romeo, ones that struggle, Orange Esports, who aren't really shining all that too much, and alongside Warsick PH, but you do also have representation from the left-hand side of the leaderboard. Divine sitting down in the that 5th slot there alongside ORV Tyrants, who are in that 6th place. And sorry, 6th slot. But ORV Tyrants overall on the leaderboard in the 15th spot with 82 points, 9 points behind the players that hold on to their 12th position. I feel like it's gonna be a workable solution here for them to just purely play for those placement points.
I think it's possible, right? And a couple of kills, it definitely wouldn't hurt, increases your chances. But let's keep our eyes on GM Remy going into this last 2 rounds. Ritu, Fira, Aguila, Raymiao, and Unknown. Of course, the wonder child of the team is Raymiao, but we've also seen him work hand in hand with Fira, who, when put in the right situation, can pull out magic. And the previous round was kind of a testament to that, where GM Remy had all the angles covered against a mad lad of the likes of EBC and still came out on top. And sure, GM Remy, they might not be in the top 3, but I think it is a temporary situation because they have 2 more chances to catch up.
And in order to get to the top 3 in these 2 opportunities, they need to aim for the podium finish, potentially even grab those booyahs for themselves as well. We need about 30 points for them to make that happen. The second team that we do have our eyes on is the one and only Warsic PH, entangled in a battle against Orange Esports. The counter is not really on their side in terms of the number of battles. I guess that could be one of the reasons why they did not aim or gun for Orange Esports yet again.
Yeah, do not ram your head into a brick wall over and over again and expect the brick wall to crumble, because I think you will go down before the wall does. But of course, they also had some moment of brilliance. In fact, I think this is a more balanced team. You don't really have one particular superstar and a bunch of henchmen. This team works together as a unit. We might not see a lot of flashy plays, but you best believe that they can deliver results when you ask it from them.
Yeah, we saw exactly what you were talking about earlier on, right? Even with the approach that Invoker took and Too Slow with the spectacular backup that he had. If he was not there, Invoker would have been taken out of the equation a little bit too early before they even got Ono out of the equation, right? So that's the kind of place that just makes Warsic PH a little bit more dangerous out there on the battlefield. And now they are sitting down in that 9th spot on the left-hand side of the leaderboard, and ever so slowly will go on to continue climbing on up. Warsic PH, most definitely a squad to look out for, not just for us who's watching all of the plays out there in the battlefield, but for those players as well. But hard to get seems to be, finding it a little bit difficult to get those booyahs for themselves, Husky.
Yeah, you can change the team name, you can come under a new banner, but some things stay with you for a long time, and I think that Divinity essence is kind of looming in this team for some parts of the rounds that we've seen. And sure, it's kind of a characteristic that has been bringing them down from time to time, but we have seen them show up even in the first 2 rounds, right? I mean, we talk about Jay-Z, Batman, Shira. These 3 have been together for so long. And there was a period where Batman was the most fierce sniper player in the entire game, and right now it felt like he has adapted to that change. He has gone past a period where he was kind of the guy who fell from grace. And they just need a bit more to make it up the standings. They will get into the grand finals, but these last 2 rounds is an opportunity for them to make a final stand.
Yeah, and although Hard to Get has found it a little tough to find the booyah in here today, they have not been a stranger to the booyah run all that too much, because they have got 3 to their name in the competition so far. And that just shows us that if they really put their minds to it, they should be able to grab it as well. But who is hungrier in the final 2 rounds? That's all that matters.
And what matters is also your opinions. I want to hear you guys join our conversation on social media with the hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series, because if I like what you say, I will feature you on the broadcast. But if I don't like what you say, you will still be featured because I don't make the call. I do not decide that.
Yeah, we'll just read the comments later on, but please share your thoughts with us.
Absolutely. And if you guys want to make some predictions in Twitch chat, do so. Want to hear, with only 2 more rounds left, so this is your chance to tell us who will be your top 12 team, who will be the first place team, and will Orange Esports or Warsic Philippines, well, will Orange Esports or Ono Romeo taste of wrath for Warsick Philippines in the next round.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And you know, I just can't wait for the action to pop out on your screen in a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The flight path this time round will be cutting all the way through to Plantation from the Rimnam village, and it looks like the players of Warsick have moved on in towards Mars Electric, whereas you see Cheers, Anubis P Panda as well as Psycho from AB Ligers just taking over Rimnam village. No other squads close to them to pressure this team, and that's exactly what AB Ligers needs at the very, very early stages of this lobby for sure, Husky.
So far, it seems like Orange Esports are miles away from Warsick Philippines, who went to Mars Electric. Ono Romeo also off to a good start at Shipyard, but we see the northwestern side is pretty populated, with Anxiety being the middle point and Divine being the next checkpoint.
And GM Remy might not be smiling this time round. ORV to their left and Orange Esports to their right. The one saving grace here is everybody's going to be busy looting up in the early stages of the game. So nothing too much to fear. Hard to get a team that seems to find it a little tough to find their strides out there on the battlefield to continue climbing up. Might just be one of those hard-hitting teams at the grand finals. Nothing too much for them to worry themselves off with just yet. ORV, Jampong, flying straight into Anxiety, and he will be giving the rest of his team members anxiety for sure, because if this guy gets taken down, no revives for the squad at all. But this is what I like. Instead of every single person using that launch pad, hopping straight into the next compound, send a guy out first. Let him get that bit of information. Let him tell you if or not it is safe to come through, because the one final thing you need is to jump on into a spot thinking that you are going to find a new compound, only to be sent back to a compound you didn't want, which is the lobby, and Anxiety flies away.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they got the scare of their life, because I saw when Jampong dropped down, Chessman immediately ran back into the building and was like, guys, I think they're coming, but it's actually just one guy.
And it's a little unfortunate, right? Because there's such a wasted opportunity. They could have just taken that one kill. But, you know, regardless of whatever the strategy is here with Anxiety, we know that they want to perform better than GM Remy. And what better way to do that than to hop on into Graveyard, where they will be able to meet that exact team.
If you know, you would know the situation at the area just by sending one teammate there, right? If the guy gets taken out, then you know that someone is there.
Yeah.
If the guy survives, then you know that no one is there.
Yeah.
It's a very, very rough way to test the waters, but you know,
you work with what you have.
Yeah, you will eventually find out. Though Anxiety leaves the area, you know, over to ORV Tyrants, but they are now within touching distance, well, within arm's reach, excuse me, of GM Remy, who might have seen them, you know, drop onto the roof. In fact, Ritu is so close. Just gathering information, he hears all these footsteps. This might be bad news for Anxiety.
And before in hand has got a great fire rate, but the damage out of this gun isn't one to be shouting about. So Ritus does need a little bit of backup. And when we talk about backup, here comes a killer, brings the motorcycle straight to him, picks him up, and off they go. Jampong down on the ground. Here comes Divine for the wipeout now, as ORV scrambles to find some defensive positions for themselves. Jampong isn't going to stand too much of a chance in here, as Newbie, instead of finishing Jampong off, focuses on shutting down Abnoy. But Abnoy can return fire. He does have the AC-80 in hand, which means range as well as accuracy. It's gonna be on his side. The AC-80 just a little too easy to bag these kills. Newbie does manage to pull away the first blood kill onto Jampong, and Divine force ORV to reposition.
And thus far, ORV are able to make it out of that pretty much unscathed. In fact, I mean, Divine, well, not ORV, excuse me, Divine makes it out unscathed, getting that one kill for himself. And it's a settling for that. There's no rush. It's a slower Bermuda round compared to the last two that we have seen. You know, almost 5 minutes in, only one death. And oh no, Romeo just seeing GM Remy brush by them. And they're going straight into ORV. And ORV, they just lost one member to Divine, and now they gotta deal with GM Remy.
And GM Remy just
Uh-oh.
has to finish this off as quickly as possible because Divine are on the chase.
Oh, what?
They wanted to hunt them down. Abnoy down on the ground. Here comes Mirul out of nowhere. Double vectors for the Punisher. They did manage to pull out the time turner, but to no avail whatsoever. GM Remy, they have to disengage, but nowhere to run. Aguila sticking by his friend. It is going to be Ritus who takes a 3v1 fight. Aguila is called upon for a little bit of backup. Has got the double barrel shotgun in hand, but the players of GM Remy, they scramble as they went in looking for kills, but they find the divine pressure shutting them down one after the other. And K9 dropping by to see what they can steal away as well, Husky.
And all GM Remy wanted was ORV, but they ran into Divine instead. And this is what we call Divine Intervention. And all the members on Divine's side are in the red, but none of them went down. So GM Remy ended up losing 2 guys, got nothing in return, and they just see Hades there running away. They were like, where are you going? We're supposed to come for you. And Rape Meow, he's not going to have that. He wants something. At least you know, it's like a zombie movie, right? You bring your squad to do some scavenging and you end up losing more than you should. Yeah, the Rape Meow doesn't like that at all. So Hades Step, he is toast.
Hades Step still try. He has got the sniper on his side, so Ramiel might be punished here. But you know, the AWM, sorry, in his hands might just be a little bit too much for the guy to handle down there. The waters. GM Remy, Ramiel, Aguila breaking away from Ramiel. Why? Because he wants the right-hand side flank, and he got exactly that 80 step taken down. Beautiful setup by GM Remy to pick up their first kill of this lobby.
At least they got something in return. That could have been way worse. Although I think it's already pretty bad.
Divine's is back-to-back in terms of engagement.
Yeah, Divine is doing a fantastic job. They already have like, what, I think 6 kills in the back. Well, the next 4 might be Anxiety. If Anxiety doesn't get out of this, and Chessman, he's in a very good angle, but decides to back away. Seems like he finds no avenue to fight this, but he's all alone, and Divine's gonna swing him. He needs backup, and Kanoho is around. The golden arm of Anxiety doesn't really have a nade to work with, but Tyrant, the sub for Anxiety, actually making it work, taking out Mirror, catching them by surprise. Chessman getting down by Zen OP. A 1-for-1 trade thus far, and Kanoho, he's around the corner. Zen OP getting the revive back up first. Mirror runs up to the second floor. They actually see Zen OP, and his back is so exposed. Kanoho completely catching him off guard.
Kanoho had his eyes on him the whole time, and nothing the players of Divine could do to return fire, as Kanoho very quickly went down for the squad, picked up his team member. He did so much there in that one-shot moment, and Anxiety very quickly takes control of the situation. And yes, there was a Divine intervention earlier on, but Divine themselves need a similar intervention right now if they want to get away from Anxiety. A good grenade up to the second floor could just be the end to this Divine squad.
And we see Divine finally slowing down. His Anxiety slowly circles around its compound, but I believe that they also have extracted a third party. AV Ligas is nearby. So this is going to be a tough place for Anxiety to be in. And if you are AV Ligas, and if they feel confident enough, picking up these stragglers could give them a better chance of making it into top 12. And I think Anxiety is feeling the heat. Chessman has been tagged multiple times.
Beautiful.
Can't really stay outside for too long.
Yeah, and this was the exact sort of Divine intervention that we were talking about. One of the other teams to drop by, tease the players of Anxiety, to give Divine a little bit of room to work with, to disengage or to take the backstep and finish off the players that did come in there for the attack. And it looks like AV Ligers have managed to do exactly that. Tease the players of Anxiety, pull away 2 of their team members, and now Anxiety is in an awkward 2-to-2 split. They play the buddy system in such an open area. I'm not a huge fan of this, Husky. They could have just walked away the biggest winners here if they had stuck around together. But understanding that their compound is now very slowly being run over by teams flanking from the left and right hand side, it could be a good decision. But it all will rest on that execution. Speaking of execution, one of the teams that do flank around K9 finds an Anxiety player, puts him 6 feet under.
Yeah, and K9 has been pretty cold under the radar.
Yeah.
Performance-wise, and also kind of the presence in the recent conversation that we had, at least on this last day. So it's great to see them put up a couple of numbers. But being a team that comes online late, this is the point where you want to see K9 turn things around, or at
Yeah.
least start ramping up. And that's why getting the initial kill onto, you know, the Unaware Anxiety is a good start, but they're getting shot from behind, and K9, they don't really have much cover to work with out here.
Yeah, and Anxiety returning fire to K9, I guess in retaliation after one of them took down their team members. But I don't feel like that was the right move there, because now they're down in numbers. The best thing Anxiety can do here for themselves is to disengage and back away. They're already low on numbers, and speaking of low on numbers, ORV Tyrants had their final player taken down by AV Ligers, and a beautiful pickup coming through in the nick of time before Pipanda got taken out of the equation there, which means AV Ligers will have a full squad to continue on with. Only a single squad dropped so far, and AV Ligers, if possible, needs to skew towards the right hand side, because Divine, the one thing that they really would love is yet another easy squad to overcome in terms of battle.
And I love the discipline on Anubis. He saw the Divine members, but they are using that information to rotate and not to take any fights. In fact, this is the second time they ran into Divine, but they completely dodged Divine, and they were able to pick off stragglers from ORV Tyrants, giving them a way better chance of making it into that top 12. But they also need Ono Romeo to have a blowout round as soon as possible to increase their chances. And meanwhile, AQ Ultraman, they did lose Lemon IGL early on, and thanks to Joey from Warsick Philippines doing the deed, and Orange Esports also engaging in the fight off screen. Lemon does get protected by Exo, who's going to get him back up as fast as possible, but look at Ray Meow, he's on the other end as well. AKO Ultraman finds himself in a three-way fight.
Too fast, the grenadier of the squad, AKO Ultraman. He's just a little bit too far away from the rest of those players to play those grenades, but returns fire. Long-range combat engagement. Axel is going to be your point man. Ramiel has been pressured as he backs away, not able to play the best of his pressure, but out of nowhere, here comes Warsick Philippines as well to intervene, to interfere in this battle. Who's going to be able to walk away the victors? Warsick PH. This might just be the perfect opportunity for them to pick up those points and just climb over K9 Esports to steal away that 8th spot.
And I think Warsick Philippines are going to wait a while more. Not really the team to make the aggressive move, but AV Ligers, here we go. Psycho running straight into the ranks of Divine. Psycho living up to his name and somehow walking away without taking any scratches. This guy is completely out of his mind. He loses his brain, and Psycho is still going. And Shiroi is coming in! You don't use the sniper against close range. Psycho finally down. It took them longer than expected. But where's the rest of AV Ligers? They just left Psycho out to dry.
Yeah, I mean, if you pull that stunt off as you are in my squad, I will leave you out to dry, Husky. What in the world was up with that Psycho play? The guy just took a little too much of a chance outside, close to the edge of the circle, paid the high price. But the response, man, the sniper going up against the vehicle was just a little bit too hilarious. But AV Ligers, yes, they do lose Psycho. They gained absolutely nothing out of that encounter, but I guess with the 3 remaining survivors, they can try to work something out here. Anxiety, Kanoho, as well as Dyren still alive and kicking. Dyren there with the Mac 10. Beautiful sprays as he managed to shut down Berlix from the side of Ono.
And K9 just showed up. Ono Romeo only has man flank left. If they bomb up again, I think Ono Romeo will be in a really bad spot as Pain does knock Kanoho down and gets the finisher in. Anxiety left with Dyren, the guy who subbed in for perhaps the final phase of this competition. It's going to be the last bastion for the team as well.
Pass in the hands of Bane, trying to deliver exactly that to Dyren. Blue wall taken down, Dyren brings it right back up, has got the back 10, but he needs the distance to be cut down first. The player is blocking out the viewpoint from the side of Bane, but he does manage to have the assistance from the side of Blank, and the double barrel shotgun puts the end to the player. And Anxiety with Dyren alone now has to go up against the players of Hard to Get. K9 just beyond the wall, Insane spots him out, has the double barrel, needs one shot. Mac 10 comes out, but Jay-Z with the Mac 7 finishes off the player as quick as he can. Orange Esports from afar, Hard to Get going in for the battle as well, and Orange Esports finds the dangerous side of Hard to Get.
And Ono Romeo just got knocked out. Again, no points for these guys. Very unfortunate circumstances. Hard to Get somehow still staying alive. And of course, Shira to keep his team topped down. Meanwhile, Warsick Philippines also engaged in the fight against No Escape Revolt, the team that needs a very, very hard push to even have a chance. Right now, they're being gate capped by Warsick Philippines, and we see Newbie actually getting a double nade off screen onto K9 members. AKO Ultraman also still in the mix. as Tackler, let's get a couple of swings from from the side. AB Liger's getting knocked out in 9th place, and then Volker gets knocked down.
Oh, beautiful plays coming through from Warsick. They prioritize picking up their players before going in, looking for kills. And with the extra numbers advantage that they do have, they will be able to run towards that final circle. But look at the players of AKO Ultraman, staying away from all of these engagements. Not like the players of Orange Esports, who did go out looking for a couple of kills, and they give away their position out there in the very corner. And that's going to be the end of them. They get one player knocked down on the ground. It is going to be hard to get that aims for their heads. Goku as well as Decos, they do have Mother Nature to play for. A little bit of defense, and out of nowhere, Newbie that grows that shot straight to the head, takes him out of the equation. Batman has been put out of commission.
Yeah, and they could not help Batman thanks to the ice grenade. Just perfectly done from Divine. It's hard to get, suddenly losing a member. And Insane, he's got to take Blank off straight on. And of course, Insane wins that one. As Blank has no idea where he was. But Insane is getting shot at from afar as well. The blue zone closing in. Insane trying to go for the wraparound, but ends up dying to the blue zone. Hard to get. Left with Jay-Z. Tries to run straight into the members of GM Remy, but it's a 1 against 2, and Ray Meow stops him in his tracks.
Yeah, GM Remy just playing this a little bit too late, because now they need to rush on in alongside the very edge of this circle. Divine only has Newbie to depend on, but out in the open, AKO Ultraman will be able to chip on in. Invoker sends those shots to the players of Orange Esports, taking them out of the equation. GM Remy shut down as well. Here comes Warsick Philippines. They maintain their defensive position, but the attackers, AKO Ultraman, comes through for the finish. Look at the barricades around Warsick Philippines. They do not want to expose themselves just yet, but too slow. Was just a little too slow to hop on into the circle. Warsick Philippines eliminated, and AKO Ultraman secure yet another booyah.
And they just do not miss. And the second booyah of the day, but it's pretty much set in stone that AKO Ultraman will walk away with the biggest share of the prize pool, a 3,000 Sing dollar by the end of the day. And nonetheless, it's just another day in the office. We started with seeing AKO Ultraman, celebrating their win, to just them being, it's just another game.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, for them, victory is nothing to scream about, nothing to shout about, because it is a thing of norm. What they do want to aim for is their stellar performance at the grand finals. And like from what AKO has already, shared with us earlier on, or I have to say with the Bahasa broadcasters, is the fact that they really, really strategize all of their final circle plays a little bit in advance. And that's the kind of strategy that you need to step into these battle royales with, Husky.
Yeah, and that really separates, the distinction between a good chess player and a grandmaster.
Yes.
Right? Think 10 steps ahead. And I think AKO Ultraman did a perfect job. Also, we saw Owner Romeo getting knocked out early once again. And it did open up some opportunities for AV Liger, but the next team that followed Owner Romeo was AV Ligers. So that race to top 12 is still pretty much open. But I'm very worried for Owner Romeo, because if they blow up again, the 12th place is out of reach. And I think Valhalla might just scrape through.
Yep. And although that is a possibility, we would like to remind all of you guys that this broadcast is brought to you guys by the one and only Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, you want to pick up your Snapdragons and bust your way all the way through. But you need the extra bit of energy as well, and that's exactly when we depend on our partners, Monster Energy, who provide us with that a little bit of backup. And to get that information, to get to know them a little bit more, make sure you check out their website as well.
And of course, if you guys want to join the community, if you guys want to find out more about the Snapdragon Pro Series, join our Discord down in the link below, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. Yes. We don't just have Free Fire, we have other mobile game titles as well, and we'd love to have you to be a part of this community. And I think this is very, very important, not only for us, but also for the people out there that want to have a platform to be able to demonstrate what they're made of, right? Sometimes we want a slice of the competition, but we don't know where to go. And I think the Snapdragon Pro Series is a good way to start.
I absolutely agree with you. A quick short interview, once again, we will be able to enjoy. Let's take a quick look and see exactly what Lemon has to say on behalf of his squad.
Okey,
Aku dah penat dah tanya ni.
Okey, saya
Aku tak tahu nak tanya apa dah sebenarnya.
Waalaikumsalam Lemon. Bahasa Melayu.
Bahasa Melayu A.
Okey. Okey. Nak tanyalah, corak permainan game yang sebelum ni dengan yang corak permainan yang orang cakap
tadi.
Yang tadi yang korang boya yang pertama dengan kedua ni.
Ya.
Ada beza ke tak ada beza?
Ada.
Kenapa? Macam mana boleh ada beza tu?
Sebab yang tadi kita main memang tak nak main barbar pun, kita orang just main play safe.
Adakah sebabkan circle ataupun bulatan?
Sebab plan A tak jadi,
Ya.
jadi plan B.
Okey.
Tak boleh beritahu lah plan tu.
Saya tahu, saya macam boleh tahu. Terus saya tanya. Saya technical. Kau jaga. Okey, soalan yang kedua Okey, soalan yang kedua Aji tolong jawab.
Aku pula tanya. Okey. Soalan yang kedua untuk Ultraman lah. Okay, so since korang dah ada 2 buya untuk hari ni, adakah game yang terakhir nanti korang nak cuba dapatkan buya juga? Dan juga persediaan korang untuk grand final nanti. Bolehlah cerita sikit kau ada dah persediaan awal yang korang lakukan mungkin?
Boleh.
Boleh?
Ya.
Soalan aku panjang, jawapan dia boleh.
Benda boleh cakap, benda boleh cakap pendek.
Okey.
Okay, so ada apa-apa nak sampaikan kepada fans AQ Ultraman di luar sana?
Ataupun
Rambut okey ke tanya?
girlfriend
Macam
ke?
mana rambut saya?
Kepada peminat kami di luar sana yang sentiasa AQ Ultraman, terima kasih banyak-banyak dan terima kasih kerana support kami daripada dulu sampai sekarang. Dan jangan lupa doakan kami. Hashtag.
Alhamdulillah. Wow, memang menarik. Itu saya last kali nak tanya. Saya last kali nak tanya, buku belakang tu berapa banyak dah baca? Tiba. Tak ada.
Banyak dah.
Dah banyak dah. Patutlah katam je.
Dah katam dah tu.
Dah baca.
Alright. So, tahniah Ultraman kerana buya untuk game yang kelima. So, harap korang boleh buya lagi untuk game yang keenam. Alright, so good luck buat yang terbaik. Okay, jumpa korang nanti kat final. Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Okay. Wow.
Quite a bit of revelation there in that interview segment, because this is exactly what we were talking about, right? As to how AKO Ultraman has been focusing on their placement points. So very evidently that was their strategy, and it wasn't something that they were forced to do because they couldn't find the kills. They just did not want to look for those kills, and that's going to be plan B, the all-out aggression.
I'm just glad that Lemon got to conduct an interview properly, because the last time they spoke to him, his teammates were popping off. Axel was waving his jersey in front of him. So good on you, Lemon. But we're going to take a short break, and we will come back for the last round of the group stage on Snapdragon Pro Series Free Fire Open Finals. Stay tuned.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
They don't want it with me. That's all beef, you really know. That's y'all's team, cause we really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me heating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't wanna with me. You gotta ride with me. Cause y'all don't wanna with me. Start a fire with me. You never gonna stop me. Ay, should sound the alarm. You about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks, and y'all collapse now. You always at. Cause my team with me right now. My team so mean right now. But what you mean, y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. And we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time to stop pretending, nah.
This is it. One more round in the Snapdragon Pro Series Free Fire Open Finals. Final day, final round before we find out which 12 teams will proceed to the Grand Finals. And alongside me is the Mustachio AJ. We're about to announce to you guys in a bit who will be our top 12 contenders.
Absolutely, because then after that one final round that we are anticipating to most definitely blow up, I just think we will find a bit of a conclusion to the battle between AKO Ultraman as well as Divine, because I don't think Divine is all that too pleased with their performance in here so far. But let's take a look at our round standings first. AKO Ultraman managing to best them with that Booyah as well as the 5 kills to their name. It's 17 points, and Divine, although they did manage to get a massive number of kills to their side this time round, kind of bombed out a little bit too early when it comes to those placement points. And catching up to AKO Ultraman, although on the leaderboard they're just a point behind, on the overall leaderboard, that's exactly where the perfect zest of the story is.
A perfect neutralizer, you know, for AKO Ultraman, right? Don't have to worry too much about Divine unless AKO Ultraman loses the last round as the first team, and Divine gets 40 points is impossible. So TLDR, I think AKO Ultraman has already walked away as the first placement team. But also they got a bit lucky towards the very end, right? Because both Divine and Warstick Philippines were fighting their hearts out, and they both got taken out by the blue zone. So AKO Ultraman, with a stroke of luck and a lot of foresight, was able to bring themselves to this first place finish. The podium is theirs to take. But once more, Ono Romeo had an abysmal round. Again, the first team to get knocked out alongside ORV Tyrants. And Team Valhalla are just praying that this happens for one more time and they will be in the top 12.
I mean, if Ono Romeo can supply us with a miracle run to grab a booyah, their first booyah of the competition in this final round, minds will be blown for sure, and Valhalla obviously would end up crying. But Divine, they get the MVP spot this time around. 4,107 damage from the previous round, 10 kills overall, and 5 of them headshots. They surely know how to find those heads in their crosshairs.
Yeah, it's pixel perfect accuracy
Yeah.
for Divine. Again, right, if we look at AKO Ultraman and we say that they are consistent, I think Divine is the next in line, and it really got reflected not just today but yesterday, because they, alongside AKO Ultraman, were two teams that didn't really show up much, or at least didn't really take the spotlight for themselves, but they were slowly, working their way up in the shadows.
Oh yeah, and on day one, that's something that's expected, but by the time you reach the tail end of the competition, teams like these usually step it up. They not only have got the capability, but they've got the experience to maintain their consistency. It's not about who gets to the top first, it's who ends up at the very top by the end of the day. And with more than 30 points between Divine as well as AKO Ultraman, for Divine to take that #1 spot in a matchup that AKO Ultraman can play as well is going to be extremely difficult. Divine needs a breakout run, and on top of that, they also need AKO Ultraman to bomb out in the dead last spot, which doesn't seem to be one that might be so easy to obtain, since AKO Ultraman is so proficient at finding those final circles.
And they're playing into AKO Ultraman's main plan as well. Just play safe.
Yes.
Do not need to take these fights. So I think they are in very good hands. Take a look at the 12th spot. Team Valhalla, 93 points. Black Angel Maharlika has no more chance of making it into top 12 for sure. So we can kind of put them aside. Ono Romeo and ORV Tyrants have a really good chance of making it through. ORV Tyrants need 11 points. Ono Romeo only needs 8 points to make it through, to avoid any possible tiebreaker. But 8 points feels so hard when you have two complete blowout rounds, and Team Valhalla right now are just praying that it happens again and they will get probably the sneakiest entry into the top 12.
Yeah, it's a little disappointing if you are an Ono Romeo fan, because the number of chances you had prior to this was so many, and the number of points that you needed to grab from those opportunities were not too worrying.
They had to grab 8 points all along.
Yeah.
And they couldn't even get one of them in the last 2 rounds.
Exactly. And now you have one final opportunity to get this done. Ono Romeo better step up to the plate. 11 points is not extremely easy to secure for a team like Ono Romeo, but it is most definitely possible. They just have to disengage with any one of those teams that they do come across. They have to find their survivability all the way towards the end of the circle and then nick off a couple of kills. Sounds easy, execution clearly very tough. Even for teams like Orange Esports, as well as hard to get. We know how proficient they are out there on the battlefield, but in the 10th and 11th spot they sit, because the Snapdragon Pro Series is just a whole other level when it comes to the lineup of talent that we have in the competition, Aski.
And to make it a bit harder, we're playing on Kalahari, the toughest map. It really pushes each and every team to the limits. And if you have not gotten yourselves comfortable with the map, if the teams are not proficient, this is a map that is going to end the run once and for all. But maybe if you guys out there have some tips and tricks on how to navigate around Kalahari, we want you to share that with the hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series. Because even though I like Kalahari, I'm just not good on that map, and I get Ono Romeo.
I get Ono Romeo as well, but I love Kalahari, right? Because it's that one spot where I'm running away. I'm almost always running away from my enemies. The terrain changes from meter to meter and anything can happen, and usually I use it to my advantage. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, nothing is going to be stopping all of these players from going all out in the next round, Husky.
And we want to hear your predictions in the Twitch chat down below. Let us know which team you think is going to make it through. Let us know if Valhalla will keep their spot, or will Ono Romeo or ORV Tyrants take away that 12th spot. Don't type Black Angel Maharlika, because their chances have ended. It's now between Ono Romeo, Valhalla, and ORV Tyrants. And here we go, AJ. Last map of the group stage, and it all comes down to Ono Romeo, ORV Tyrants, and Team Valhalla, who is sitting and praying very hard that fate is on their side.
Such decent drops coming through, and as I was about to say, nobody's hot dropping each other. GM Remy alongside Ono.
Is that
they
Ono Romeo?
both
Oh,
find
no.
confinement.
No,
Ono
no, no, no,
Romeo,
no, no, no.
but Depth has got the SMG
What?
in his hand. The P90 should have been able to take Remiel out of the equation. It's one of the best SMGs that you can find out there with the rate of fire as well as damage. But oh no, they just found a way to mess that up. Jumps once again, opportunity, but gets backstabbed by Fura, who has got the vantage point as well as the defensive position. Battle Links right behind the tree, one with Mother Nature, but can he use that to his advantage to shut down Fura? Man flank down on the ground. I believe it's all over for the Ono Romeo squad.
Oh, it is definitely over. The worst possible scenario for Ono Romeo has happened. They dropped and then run into GM Remy and decided that they gotta fight their way out. Imran is still alive, so there is still this one lifeline, but they all rest in Imran. And Imran has to survive until the very bitter end. And I don't think it's gonna be easy because him getting kills requires a lot of pre-planning.
Yeah.
And in this stage with minimal resources and 3 of his teammates already dead, I think it's just too hard of a task to ask from him.
But 8 placement points on the other hand, Husky, is not too much to ask for. A single player to sneak around Kalahari should be quite easy.
You need
Hopefully,
3rd place finish.
yeah. Hopefully he gets a vehicle. Hopefully he also gets the grappling hook on his side to maximize his survivability, and he just needs to hide away as long as possible. Oh no, Romeo better get this done. If not, they have to change their name to Oh no, Romeo.
I feel like it's heading that way. ORV Tyrants probably should be happy with that. We see, like, I mean, where Imran is at right now, Santa Catarina, surrounded by multiple teams. So it's going to be a very scary prospect for him. And ORV Tyrants, on the other hand, they did, I think, engage temporarily just for a short while. They were shot at. But thankfully, for ORV Tyrants, they have plenty of space to work with. They were able to make room, draw out some distance, and get to safety. Get to Refinery. That is where they love the most. They have K9 and Orange Esports nearby, but as long as they stay put, I think they will be fine.
K9 was the kind of team that really, remind me of the story between the hare and the tortoise. They just raced forward on day number 1, and it looks like it took a little bit too long of a nap, Husky, because everybody else has just managed to find that momentum and oust them. Panda getting taken out of the equation. AV Ligers, it looks like their struggle will go ahead to continue.
Yeah, and with one person down, I think this team is not gonna make it to top 12 for sure. It is already a very tough ask, but in this situation, I think AV Ligers can just accept their fate and just play spoilers, right? That's the one thing you can do.
Yeah.
If you know you can make it, just play spoilers. There is some entertainment value to that, right? Call back 2 years ago when we first started commentating Free Fire. Bloody Hairs was one of the perfect examples of a team that knows that they're not going to make it, but they just do not care. They just go after the first place team at that time, which was Gigfam. In this case, we're not seeing that from AV Ligers, but nonetheless, let's see what they can put out in the final stand. I mean, Imran is right there, so...
Imran, sir, you better stay quiet as long as possible. Do not shoot Anubis. You just have to lay down low.
Do not even
Anubis,
breathe at this point.
Yeah, on the approach already. Imran has an opportunity to engage, but I hope and pray he does not. The 3rd spot finish is what Imran needs on the side of Ono Romeo. Payne unfortunately gets taken out by the airstrike in the danger zone. The guy should have found a little bit of cover. Anubis now spots out Imran! Pulls out the time turner prematurely. Anubis didn't even manage to take a single shot. And now Imran running out of time. Hops on away from the time turner. Pressures Anubis just a little bit. Has got the double vector in hand and hops on back inside. The mistakes just coming through back to back to back. But Imran with the gracious drop and has managed to save his life for a little bit longer. And now Anubis taken out of the equation. Imran just needs to run away from this position as quickly as he can.
And thanks to Anxiety, they also forced Cycle away. So Imran actually not only fought for his life, but didn't have to worry about AV Ligers, but he has to worry about Anxiety. Kanoho, the golden arm of Anxiety with the grenade prepped up. Imran gonna get out now. Dodges the grenade. Dyron's gonna go for him first. Imran gotta isolate these fights, but the time turner makes it incredibly hard. And Imran probably going to breathe his last breath pretty soon, and I think Ono Romeo have reached their limit. This is the end of the journey. No more top place finish, and Ono Romeo just could not cut it.
With that one kill, all he needed to do was just survive until the 4th placement. But obviously, we might have just been asking for a little bit of too much from Ono Romeo. But it was a good try anyway. Senju managing to get away from Remiel. This is GM Remy now. But look at this. Santua almost catching the back of Remiel as he disengages. AC-80 in the hands of Remiel as usual. But now as he tries to re-engage with the player, Santua hops on now. Double vectors in hand. Does not matter. Max 7 still the king. Slumber will be caught out as well. And here comes the players of GM Remy to shut down player after player. And it looks like RV will have no options whatsoever. Yes, Senju did have the Max 7 on himself as well. But the rate of response from him was just super duper slow.
And JimQuest was able to down Slumber, but he needs to confirm that kill. And unfortunately, Remiel once more playing from this long range is just not giving him that opportunity to do so. And while all of that was happening, the rest of GM Remy were already running towards JimQuest. He's making sure that he is constantly pressured. And even though he gets a couple of pick shots, it will not matter in the bigger scheme of things. JimQuest has been eliminated, and Furo will be the one to land that final shot.
7 kills so far. GM Remy looking for the top spot, Husky. And I feel like they might just be able to find that. Kalahari most definitely is their map. They usually hold on to those high grounds and find the final circle. But as the players of K9 now hold on to the higher ground in this danger zone, it's the worst possible situation and position you can hold on to for yourself.
And Psycho actually was able to take down, I believe, Dyron from Anxiety. So keeping the team alive. But again, Psycho kind of put in the same spot as Imran just now, being the only man alive as Barbara now goes for him. And Psycho probably doesn't have much left to work with, only a couple of blue walls. But he does have the health. Somehow outguns Barbara. But Blank is going to end it all. Blank has had enough. He's going to not only pick out Psycho, but also steal his kill away from him.
My lord, what a grenade. That was a 2-in-1 perfection, which was so unintentional, I'm very sure. But he'll take that any day, anytime. Kanoho will be given a lifeline as K9 decides to disengage and look for the outer side of the circle instead. And as I was saying that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, from afar, ZenOP gets the headshot. Superman down on the ground, and K9 now has to make sure they back away. Divine should be able to finish off the final player of Anxiety before they engage with K9, and K9 might just be gatekept here because they are holding on to the outer side of the circle, and Divine might just be able to shut them down before they can get in. Blank manages to fly in through with the grappling hook, but that doesn't suit him well at all because he's all alone in a 1-3 split for the squad.
Kanoho is trying to sneak away from this commotion. This is the best time for him to make a break for it. I think Blank saw him, but he has no time to chase after this last sneaky member of Anxiety, and Blank himself getting pushed by Zen. And look at him, he's building a fortress around himself with a glue wall, and now he is completely trapped in. And that also prevents him from ever helping his team. And Divine is going to run him down. Zen OP will do the deed. And Superman was able to down New B from afar. And Kanoho picks up Blank. This guy, he is actually still around. He's in the shadows. Kanoho with 2 more. He does not want to let K9 get away, and Kanoho is playing such a big spoiler right now.
And Anxiety, that is literally what he gives both Divine as well as K9 as this guy just chips on in from afar, managing to be the final surviving member, but playing so much of pressure, cooking up the grenade as well as he wants to find more of these kills for his squad before he gets taken out of this equation. We all talked about exactly how Divine needs to have a breakout run in here, but Shura easy, taken out of the equation. Divine, there's no breakout run, there's no miracle catch up with AKO Ultraman. This should be the end here. Kanoho cooking it up already. Normane gets tagged up. Pain almost got taken down from that equation, but Kanoho with a cheeky shot will back away as quickly as he can to find the edge of the circle before the blue zone catches up with him.
K9 saying a prayer despite Kanoho being such a big thorn in the backside. The members that he knocked down were all picked back up. And Superman, he's looking for Kanoho right now. He's not happy with what happened. And Superman starts landing some shots, but he is in that blue zone. Kanoho taking a lot of fire, I believe, from Miro as well. But he does have a lot more glue wall to work with. So Kanoho can still hold on, but he has to face the vengeful wrath of K9, who are looking for him.
As well as Divine, because Mirol is just absolutely annoyed that Kanoho took those cheap shots against the squad as well. But Kanoho is still alive
running.
and kicking. What did we talk about, Husky? If you're the final surviving player at Kalahari, you need the grappling hook, man. It's just helping him maneuver around the battlefield little by little, and he still is sustaining his life out there. But Mirol, up top, might just be the one who puts the final bullet in the coffin, and Kanoho avoiding all of those shots. Mirol opportunity, has to reposition now, does exactly that to continuously move on forward so that he can catch Kanoho. Kanoho
Still
knows
alive?
exactly what is going on, and now Mirol trying to cut off the distance, tries to find the vantage point because he knows that's exactly where the guy wants to run through. But Mirol is also the final surviving member, so Divine just taking a little bit too much of risk that they just cannot afford. Kanoho, will he finish off the final player of Divine? That might just turn out to be the conclusion to this battle. And Kanoho doesn't even need to worry because he doesn't need to deal with the pressure of K9 and their numbers, because from up top, ORV chips on in those shots as well.
I cannot believe Kanoho is still alive through all of that. He somehow not only made it out, but he caused the Divine 3 members and K9 running for their lives. Oh, Kanoho is still tracking them down. This guy is a silent assassin, and he is so close. No grenade in hand, but he does have 5 more glue walls. And K9, they have no idea that he's here. Kanoho using their own glue wall against them.
This ninja, I tell you, when you use your opponent's glue wall, their time turners, I'm automatically your fan. Kanoho, 2 kills in here so far in such an unbelievable circumstance.
no idea.
Nobody has taken him down just yet, and this ninja is still keeping a close eye, a close watch on all of those plays of K9. But now he's run out of defensive space. Where will he move to next? Because the blue zone is finally catching up with all of them.
Gonna make a break for it. Diesel is still watching that angle. Diesel, he's looking for members on K9, but he's gonna see Kanoho
Oi,
right now
beauty!
for sure as he grapples on top of the roof. And that's down to 4 glue walls. Diesel will be the member on the side of ORV Tyrants that ends it all for Kanoho. But if he dies in the hands of ORV, there's glory enough instead of going down to K9, a team that he has pretty much angered from in the past 5 minutes. They're trying to pelt him with grenades. They're throwing everything they have. They're like, if we go down, we want you to go down with us. But, you know, it's very hard to squash a cockroach.
Clearly, Kanoho has had a lot of time to practice dodging all of these bullets. This guy is a through-and-through survivor in Free Fire, man. He's still alive and kicking. ORV can't take him out of the equation. Yes, the players of K9 are trying to catch him off guard, but even they still struggle. But the next circle, once it starts moving on in, I believe is going to be the end of Kanoho and potentially K9 as well, because K9 is always staying their welcome in here. 5 more seconds. K9 has lost all of those precious opportunities to run to the next circle.
AQ Ultraman just got knocked out by Juan Remy. 12 kills for these guys so far. And of course, they did lose Fura in the process. But the bigger scheme of things, they were able to take out the front runners. Not that they managed to AQ out too much. Kanoho tries to take out Superman. But finally, Norman puts a stop to that rampage. But he has survived long enough. 6th place.
And he even knocked down Superman before getting taken out. I mean, if only that kill had come through, that would have been one of the best plays in the competition, Aski.
I mean, he did a fantastic job. I cannot believe like that guy should have been dead long ago. I've never seen someone annoy their opponent so much. Like K9 was throwing everything at him. I've never seen so much resources. About 4 or 5 grenades, and they're just circling the building. They are willing to tank the blue zone just to kill him.
Oh.
But because of all of that event, K9 is late to the safe zone.
Yeah.
They could not make enough plans. They ended up losing pain. And guess what? This team, ORV Tyrants, they have a good chance of making it into the top 12.
ORV, they did overstay their welcome as well, but they do have the numbers advantage against K9. Just need to deal with one more player. Normane trying to chip in as much as possible, but he tickles the hornet's nest. I think if there's one team you do not want to mess with right now is GM Remy. They are on fire. 12 kills on the board already. But Orange Esports, the team that has found the struggle in the competition in terms of proving themselves out there on the battlefield, is still alive and kicking. They want the booyah for themselves, and and I feel like this
Uh-oh.
might just be their very first one that they can grab. And ORV, as they engage with Orange Esports, I think ORV wants exactly what Orange Esports is eyeing for.
Oh.
K9 gets taken out of the equation as ORV Hardstep turns around. GM Remy drops Diesel. GM Remy taking advantage as the third party from afar, and they capitalize on all of these fights, Husky.
ORV needs a bit more, and they might be able to push into top 12. I think they need 12 points. Now they already guaranteed 8 points in placement. They just need one more kill. ORV Tyrants, they are so close to the top 12.
Nade.
But they have to go through and Tom. He's trying to tear them apart with that nade. ORV Tyrants, can they at least get something in return? Overrun by Orange. ORV Tyrants, so close yet so far. But maybe there's still a chance. We're going to look at the scoreboard later on. But right now, it's GM Remy against Orange Esports. And this blue zone is not friendly to anyone at all. GM Remy have no way to go uphill. And Orange Esports are going to slowly run them over. You can see Aguila is trying to bring Ritus back up, but Orange Esports know that this game is done and dusted. Parent right into the center of their time turner to run down Aguila. GM Remy came so far, but Orange Esports will run them over.
Beauty.
And this last booyah goes over to Orange Esports.
And it's their very first booyah, I believe, as well through the group stages, and a fantastic move. And this is Orange Esports potentially answering the question of whether or not they were hiding away all of their proficient battle capabilities out there on the battlefield. Because the one last thing you want is for all eyes to be on you when you get to the grand finals. Because at the moment, Orange Esports does not seem like a threat in the competition at all, Husky.
Absolutely not. I think Orange Esports might not be the #1 team, might not be the top 5, but they definitely have proved themselves to be one of the top contenders for sure.
Yeah.
But what I want to find out is the overall leaderboard. I want to see where ORV Tyrants are. I believe, if my maths are correctly, they need 11 points to tie it up. They got exactly 11 points, which might force a tiebreaker.
Yes.
But I think the tiebreaker is in terms of kills. And I believe Valhalla has very low kill amount. That might just be the factor that determines whether ORV Tyrant goes to the top 12. But I might just remember the wrong numbers.
Yep.
And I hope that is the case, because I have never seen such a tight competition that came down to the wire like that.
But this is the kind of drama that we live for, man. I mean, when we go out there and we shoutcast for Free Fire or any other titles out there, it's the kind of drama that is set up by the teams out there who have the fire within them, who desperately need to perform, and when push comes to shove, they step on out and they do exactly what they need to do. And in this particular instance was to play the game of survival, which ORV did quite well.
I think that was possibly the best that you could have done, right?
Yeah.
That you ran into Orange Esports. There was very little you could do against Orange Esports aggression. So I was stressed out for ORV Tyrants, right? Because I'm like, if you get one more kill, that's it, top 12, no questions.
Yeah.
But now, again, it's all up to fate. It's all up to mathematics, all made possible by our partners at Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters. And I tell you, the winning does matter, but it really comes down to how the system operates. And I cannot wait to look at the scores later on. And of course, we get hyped up, you know, we are very energized. The players play at their best because we have monster energy, allowing all of us to unleash the beast within us. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming.
And if you want to be hyped up by us as well as all of the other casters that have joined the broadcast, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, make sure you join us on our Discord channel as well, because that's exactly where you can find all of the up-to-date information as well as the future information for all of our Snapdragon Pro Series community tournaments that we are setting up. And the community tournaments are turning out to be a tournament where all of the pro teams want to jump on into as well, because our prize pools just keep getting bigger.
Oh, watch out. There's more to come in the future for sure. But let's take a quick look at the replay from that last round, because I think there are some elements that we can unpack. First of all, Ono Romeo didn't make the cut. Very unfortunate. Hot drops at the first team that they ran into. Has to be GM Remy, the team that dominated in second place. But this is where we also saw the death of Ono Romeo's dream, the death of AV Lycus, but the survival story of one man and one man alone called Kanoho from Anxiety.
And Kanoho just proved that, you know, he's one of the best players out there on the battlefield through his ability to just avoid all of those battles. And, you know, at a certain point, Ono kind of had a similar play with Imran as well, but just got a little unfortunate because the numbers game caught up with him. A 1v3 battle. But of course, Kanoho was stuck in the exact same situation, but he proved a little bit otherwise, right? Because the amount of times he survived and on top of that took the kill onto a player from the side of K9 as well was so impressive.
Yeah. I mean, he played in a 1v7 essentially, right? He had two teams. He had two teams, but he kept annoying K9, and of course K9 eventually went down, I believe, in 4th place, well, in 5th place, and this was where ORV Tyrants faced off that one roadblock that eventually won the Booyah Orange Esports. It was very hard fought, but it was just really hard for ORV Tyrants to do anything, right? I think they finished 3rd place, so 8 points, 8 placement points for them, but it really comes down to how the system is going to determine if they make it to top 12. Orange Esports, again, one of the more stellar rounds. Like you said, probably, I think their first Booyah of the entire tournament. They always came so close, but if there's one result that we know is that at least they beat Wasing Philippines in that 1-1. 3-2 score.
I guess that might just be the little cherry on the icing, but I still want to stick with my prediction that Orange Esports will probably show us their true capabilities over at the Grand Finals, because this is the kind of team that I was just super shocked to see, you know, not really dominating the leaderboards at the Snapdragon Pro Series, because they are most definitely capable of doing so.
And we also witnessed the evolution of the teams, right? The growth within this 4 days, because normally a league we have a couple of weeks to work with, but if we compress that into 4 days, we started from hard to get Who's Next Kalahari Philippines all the way to GM Remy, Anxiety, AQ Ultraman Divine, and now we see Orange Esports in the conversation.
Yeah.
It's just a fantastic 4 days of group stage. But of course, you know, all good things have to come to an end. And now it's just the anxious wait to find out the overall leaderboard. But even before that, we're going to take a look at the round leaderboard itself. So for those who have problems waiting for the final result, hold that in just for a bit, because I am as stressed out as you guys are.
Be a husky. Do the math in your head when you look at the round leaderboards so that we can see exactly how the teams did out there. I know everybody wants to see exactly how much did ORV grab for themselves, so let's take a look.
This is going to be the moment of truth. Well, partly moment of truth. Ono Romeo got
12!
1 point! Ono Romeo got 1 point. ORV Tyrants got 12 kills. Still a neutralizer right there. Wait, actually, no, it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, because Ono Romeo, sorry, thank you for coming, bye-bye. But ORV Tyrants, man.
Is this it?
You did mention that they needed 12 points, right?
If memory serves. Unless my mathematics fails me as always.
From what I know, you've got one heck of a memory, so I'm going to take your word on it. ORV Tyrants might have just needed the 12 points, but, you know, Orange Esports, once again, we need to shine the spotlight on them just a little bit. This is the kind of performance they are truly capable of, because we saw how dangerous GM Remy can be at Kalahari in those final circles, but they just couldn't oust Orange Esports this time around. In terms of positioning, they were supreme. They ousted GM Remy, who usually takes those high ground advantage, and they just couldn't hang with them. So I really want to see what else they can do at the Grand Finals later on.
Where did the last kill come from for ORV Tyrants? I think that is the biggest mystery. I don't know who they took out at the end, right before they went down. Definitely not anyone from Orange Esports. But I don't think they took out the last man for K9 as well. I mean, I'm overthinking this one, but you know, the numbers, I trust the figures. And of course, you know, GM Remy, K9 Esports, they did a fantastic job. K9 Esports, with that 13 points, at least was able to still show that they got what it takes. But let's take a look at the team under the spotlight, right? We give a lot of praise to Orange Esports, but of course GM Remy deserves some of that as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. 6,013 damage through 13 kills, and more than 70% of those kills came through headshots. These guys are insane with their capability out there on the battlefield. GM Remy, it may be the first time we're seeing the brand GM Remy out there on the leaderboards, but it's not the first time we're seeing these fantastic players out there on the Free Fire battlefield. They have the consistency, they've got the experience to take this all the way at the Grand Finals.
And I think GM Remy had a lot to prove, right?
Yeah.
They never really went dark, and they never really got overshadowed. But when they shine, you definitely would see the name of GM Remy. And I think on Kalahari, they actually have an overall better performance on Kalahari compared to Bermuda. I'm not really sure if this is a trend that is only exclusive for this tournament. Not to say that they perform poorly on Bermuda, but it felt like they shine brighter when they are on Kalahari.
Yeah. Fun fact, GM Remy, this guy, I mean the guy who owns the team, he was the one that gave me my very first shoutcasting opportunity.
Ah.
Yeah. So, but no favors will be done in return, GM Remy. Your team has to prove themselves out there. We will call it as it is. But I'm pretty sure, knowing those players, knowing the history that they come together with on the Free Fire Snapdragon Pro Series, they will be able to go the distance.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think they are in top 5 if memory
yes.
serves. But again, before the overall standings and all of that, we're going to tickle your patience bone, whatever it's called. We're going to send it over to our friends at the BM, Des, Hajiat, and Abia to talk to our winners from Orange Esports.
Okey. Soalan saya yang pertama.
Yeah.
Okey. Awak perasan tak awak telah diburu oleh tim yang saya nak sebab tim tu pun sebenarnya tim tu pun orang cakap apa saya tak pasti diburu tim tu boyah tadi yang diburu tim ni tim Orange ni. Tim apa Who's next? So sekarang ni macam mana perasaan korang apabila tim korang diburu?
Okey lah, ada saingan.
So korang memang sebelum ni kan macam hari kedua, hari ketiga, korang tahu rotation korang tu kalau drop spot korang observatory memang akan ada Who's-Next akan cari korang kan. So korang memang saja nak adapt benda tu ke ataupun korang mungkin ada strategi lain sebenarnya nanti untuk grand final?
Kita orang saja nak try diorang.
Okay. Kenapa hari ni tadi di game yang keberapa tadi korang turun dekat pick? Tak turun dekat observatory.
Sebab apa ni? Diorang dah tukar drop spot.
Diorang tukar drop spot? Siapa tukar drop spot? Who's next?
Diorang.
Korang memang saja nak tukar lah. Sebab penat lah silayan diorang je lah macam tu lah. So, Cik, apa perasaan akhirnya setelah 4 hari ni akhirnya dapat juga Buya. So, ada tak Buya ni membantu tak korang dari segi semangat korang nanti nak menghadapi grand final pula?
Yeah.
Kalau semangat tu ada, tu kita orang akan try lagi baik untuk grand final.
Alright. So, ada apa-apa tak kata-kata kepada peminat-peminat Orange Esports di luar sana?
Untuk peminat Orange Esports tu, teruskan sokong kita orang. Dan kita akan membantai diorang.
Terus membantai terus sensor-sensor
Alright. So apa pun good luck Tom. Okay, semoga
good
berjaya dekat grand final nanti, buat yang terbaik. Okay, analisis baik-baik untuk grand final nanti dan jumpa korang dekat grand final. Okay?
Yeah. Bye.
I believe, man. I believe in Orange Esports. I mean, the smile on his face, Husky, says it all. They've got something up their sleeves that they're just not showing the competition just yet. And I just can't wait to see exactly what that is.
The best thing is that, you know, for Free Fire is that it doesn't matter how well or how poorly you do in group stage. Grand finals is what matters. Let's take a look at the top 12 teams. Close your eyes. They have made it through. Total 12 points was the deal breaker, and they got exactly 12 points. ORB Tyrant squeezed through in the top 12, and they will be joining AQ Ultraman, Divine, GN Remy, Who's Next, Kalasang Philippines, EVA Continue, Anxiety, Orange Esports, K9 Esports, Warsick Philippines, Legion Alpha, and Hard to Get. And all of this is in sequence of their overall standing finish by the end of the group stage.
And that's why I say, Husky, if there's anything I would bet on, it is your crazy memory, man. ORV Tyrant scraping through a single point over Team Valhalla. Our condolences for bombing out. It's unfortunate.
I tell you, if they got 11 points, they would have lost the tiebreaker because Team Valhalla would have 2 more kills.
Yeah.
Over. This is
insane.
Insane. I mean, for Team Valhalla, they kind of have to expect this to be a possibility, right?
Yeah.
Because they couldn't play, but man, for Ono Romeo, I think that is the biggest heartbreaker.
Correct.
Right there.
3 chances.
They had 3 chances to get 8 points, and they got 1.
I mean, this is nothing short of unfortunate for the players of Honor Romeo, but ORV Tyrants, they are the ones that you guys need to look to for inspiration, man. Because when things just seem so impossible, they make sure that they do the impossible. Because in a game like the Free Fire Battle Royale that we have out here, anything happens. The gods of RNG can switch things around any way they see fit, but it is how you respond to all of those changes out there on the battlefield. And when push came to shove, ORV Tyrants just found that capability to survive long enough and thankfully bag 4 kills before ending that round.
And the best part is, I didn't even know where the 4th kill came from. Because last I saw, they only had 3 kills. But you know, the universe works in a strange way.
Yeah.
And this is why we always say it's not how you start, it's how you finish.
Amen. Yes.
And towards the end of the group stage, I always look at the 12 spot fight because it's where the best fight happens. But let's take a look at the maps for the grand finals. This is where we finally introduced Purgatory into the roster.
Yep.
These teams have played a lot of Bermuda. They're brave Kalahari, but Purgatory is going to be a new layer of challenge for these guys.
Oh yeah, absolutely, sir. And of course, all 6 matches back to back as usual. They will be tested, and Purgatory is what's gonna just be changing the landscape just a little bit for them. And of course, if you're wondering exactly what the dates will be for the competition, it will be played out across 2 days for the grand finals, the 5th and 6th of July.
Yeah, and of course, the time when the match starts is stated right there. So do remember to tune in, because you do not want to miss out who is going to be the grand champions. And remember, new set of prize pool. The one that we saw for the past 4 days are just for the group stage. The grand final prize pool is going to be an even bigger slice of cake.
And here's the problem, right? The group stage prize pool in itself was pretty enticing for me already to hop on in here, focus with your group of friends and play a couple of mobile games together. But when we move on to the grand finals, trust us when we say the prize pool will blow your minds. And for all of these teams out there fighting for the best AKO Ultraman especially, this is their opportunity to go out there and prove to the whole Free Fire scene that there's a new team in town to dominate.
Yeah, and I think, you know, it has been an ecstatic 4 days. It's been mind-blowing. We see so many great highlight reels, from 1 grenade, 4 kills, to Kanoho's legendary escape. Well,
Yes.
almost legendary escape, because he still went down. And of course, ORV Tyrants, narrow victory and the heartbreaking defeat for Honor Romeo. All these storylines have ended, but as we close this chapter, we open up a new one for the grand finals,
Yes.
5th and 6th July. And I guess once more, gotta thank our partners for making this possible. Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters, because they've been with us for so long. And of course, Monster Energy for allowing us to unleash the beast within us. Do remember, if you guys have not joined our Discord just yet, do it right now, or when you have the time. Discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series, because we're gonna see you right there. Not only for Free Fire, but for every other mobile titles.
Yes, absolutely. And, you know, just jump on in there first if you even have the inkling that you want to be a part of this party somewhere near the future, even if you do not have a squad just yet, because I'm pretty sure you will find a few friends who are out there looking for team members as well, because they are hungry to be a part of this battle.
And with that being said, I think we have reached the end of the group stage. We're going to sign off for now, but do remember, mark it on your calendars. 5th and 6th July will be the grand finals. 12 teams battle it out to become the best Free Fire team in the region. My name is Husky. Here's the Mustachio AJ on behalf of everyone. We wish you guys a fantastic Sunday, and until the grand finals, we'll see you then.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Tell me who you see when you look straight up, like, wait, who? Us now. this here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb, told them we the one. They would count us out, now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing other ones. Like they was always rapping, yeah, believe them if you want. Now they show love, came with a dub. It is what it is, it isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, oh.